And welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. Last session, you guys have been traversing over yon, figured out that these strange creatures outside were actually, in fact, just statues, and later on discovered who they were actually made by. The Corrids, who are sort of a native creature that have an affinity for the earth and stone in this realm. And they've been in hiding, apparently. The bitter end, or as you know her, Evelyn Moongrave, has been stealing hair from them and basically causing life to be a misery. They're using the hair for her contraptions in Motherhorn. And the Corrids have also told you that the Briganox are the ones behind designing these contraptions, and the Aura of Tragedies is something they may have put together. Apparently, a large structure in Motherhorn, which is also powered by these giant lightning rods that you actually came across on your way to the henge, during which there was a apparition, a shadowy form of obscurity appeared before Xaxx, and without hesitation he blasted the creature with a bolt of light, which dispersed the shadow but kept on flying and instead hit the lightning rod, which caused it to erupt with electricity, which unfortunately seems to be somehow veering towards Xaxx wherever he goes in this realm. It's like the lightning has it out for him. And it struck to the ground. It knocked the entire wind out of you. You're still reeling from that injury, in fact. But the rest of your party have picked you up, healed you, and trying to keep spirits high. Because as it seems, the rain seemed to stop once you realized the statues were like fake. So Argantul, the Corrid Queen, has told you that if you wish to take on Bitter End, that you'll need some help dealing with her army of Darklings. And if you were to unite the clans, they would help mobilize against those. The clans so far, you've got Basalt and Chalk, because Jagu is from Chalk already. Argantul is Shale, I believe. And so you've got a few more clans to unite. Obsidian and Flint are probably on the priority list at the moment. You've heard that Flint has some sort of infestation. No, yeah. And then you were also alerted to the fact that the Basalt clan had some missing children. So you set off immediately to find them. You kind of delved into a more sulfuric and volcanic area where you found the missing children. They were cowering in the corner, saying that the angry snakes were waiting for them to come out. And sure enough, they did appear and accused you of, or accused the nearest creatures, the Corrids, of being these thieves, stealing their eggs. They definitely gave a description of Corrids, but when you kind of asked the Basalt clan about it, they didn't seem to be the ones responsible. At least that's what you could tell from your insight. So maybe some other Corrids are responsible, but either way, the salamanders, the angry snakes, have told you that they will reward you should you return the snakes, and there'll even be a bonus should you bring the thieves back as well. And lastly, on your venture through the mountains, you came across these gigantic, ancient-looking goats, and they hopped down and they seemed to speak this prophetic language that only Tanwen could understand. And they bleated these, like I say, prophetic words. They seemed almost like prophecies. And after which you did feed them some rations, which they enjoyed, and then hopped back up into the mountains almost effortlessly. And went back to wherever they came from. So that's kind of where we left off, really. Guys, have been on you're trekking towards the next clan, I assume. You can see a lot further out from here. You saw there was a strange flume, like a chimney almost, with a torchlight burning from the top. That's miles away. You could also see the Briganock mine as well. You can occasionally hear they're mining, the tapping of stone, and when that happens, the Korred seem to be outraged. They throw boulders at in the general direction of them. But which clan would you like to go towards next? Have quite a few options.
Did we tell anybody that that one collector was broken and had its ray knocked off?
Collector?
You know, when Xaxx attacked
Oh, the lightning.
the the energy collector,
Yeah.
and that was shaped like a sun, and one of the rays fell down into the gorge. Did we tell anybody? I mean, you
I don't
said
remember talking about it. Just that
okay.
I don't even remember if we mentioned that he was injured or that we I think we asked about them what they were for, but that's about it.
Because I'm wondering if we're going to have to find that ray in order to get the lightning to stop targeting Xaxx.
Ooh. Hmm.
So if we, whichever way we go, if we go down through the canyons, let's collect that ray.
Okay. That is on the to-do list.
Okay.
Canyon was kind of over by here, right? The next clan seemed to be sort of surrounding the henge, so you could
Mm.
go that way if you wished. And but you're sort of circling around, doing one clan at a time.
Is
You
there
got
one
the
clan that's particularly close to? Like
um well, distance, as you know, in the Feywild can vary and not matter at all. But
Mm.
uh, tell you what, I'll just give you the list of different clans which can possibly deal with right now. You've got the Flint clan who needs help dealing with that infestation. You've got the Granite clan, and you've
Obsidian.
got
Said.
Slate, Obsidian, and Marble.
Ooh. That's a lot.
There
Yeah,
is
maybe we go deal with the infestation while it's midday and we're all rested and happy.
Yes,
Nobody's
I
got
think so.
any, nobody's got any damage.
Xaxx does.
Well, okay.
Well, like she said, everybody's fine.
Hmm.
Okay.
Zax is tough. You know, it's hard to think of him as damaged in any way.
Okay, I'm okay.
Okay. All right then.
It's not so bad you'd notice.
All right. So if you wish to head there, then Argantal, Corrid Queen says, "Right. Let's be off to the Flint clan.
Are you
There.
coming with us? You're coming with
I'll
us.
guide. Yes, I will guide you to the clan, and then whatever issue or problem they have, uh, they can deal with."
That is okay. That is very generous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have
Oh,
we checked on Juniper and our Volkswagen? Made sure everybody's okay, or are we not in that location?
no, you came back. You got back up to the top. You've been
Mhm.
talking with the Flint clan. Sorry, talking with the Basel clan, and yes, your chariot awaits you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that Cordelia and Juniper were happy and Morgott didn't need anything. So,
No, they
okay.
do not need to.
Okay,
Um,
then we can head off.
all right. Okay. All right. So venturing on a little bit further down to some craggier looking um, sections of mountain, you can hear the sounds of Koreds talking amongst themselves as you draw closer. They seem to be in a bit of a planning sort of state. They've got a large flint table in front of them, and they seem to have like plans of potential like mine shafts and tunnels, but they seem to be like scratching their heads and stroking their beards as to what to do. And as you approach, Argantel seems to hail one of the nearby Koreds and shouts, Budok? Budok! I have brought help to deal with that plaguing infestation. And you see a kind of a muscular-looking Kored turn around. Kind of got graying dreads. He's squints his eyes and then realizes who is being addressed. Argantel, oh, I haven't seen you in a long time. Thought you were hiding away in those stones in the henge. Well, yes, for some time, perhaps, but that time is now over. We must unite the clans. We're going to fight bitter end. Well, we've got a fight on our hands already, I'm afraid. These mites seem to be crawling in every crevice. He turns towards the pie. You ever had an extermination job before?
Well, it just depends on what you mean by extermination. Some of us have exterminated a lot of things.
Yeah,
But
I mean, rats are a constant problem on a farm, as well. Termites, so there are different ways to get rid of it. They're not terribly organized or intelligent, but you know, they have their ways. There are systems for dealing with this.
Yep. As my friends have said, he shuffles the cards in his hand. We will deal with it one way or another.
Can you?
Alright.
What is the nature of these mites, as you call them?
They are little tiny creatures. They seem to be vexing and hiding in the crags near our home.
and did you stumble upon them when you opened up that mine shaft, or did they come in later on? I mean, is this something that's native to the area, and you're mining?
We haven't seen these type of things before, and nor did we open up any mine shaft. No, they're in our home. We've had to evacuate.
And
how?
what
Oh, go ahead.
what specifically do they do? Are they eating stone? Are they eating meats? Are they eating wood?
Not quite. And perhaps it's better if I just show you.
Okay.
You'll have to be ready.
But hang on one second. My dear companion Rodolfo had another question.
Yes.
Oh no, I was just wondering if you know how they move around. Like, do they move through the stones, through the wood, in holes through things? You know.
They're very small. They seem to be able to climb as well, but I have seen them burrow through solid stone.
That was my question. Okay, yes. But continue, please.
Sure. Yes, if you'll follow me, this could get nasty. Ready yourselves. He begins to lead you into a stoned archway, and you see these flint pillars going by one as you sort of enter into what looks to be a large kind of cave system. There is a kind of rocky hill that you have to crest, and as you're coming up over it, you hear the sounds of shouting and conflict. And when you get to the top, there are two Koreds. They seem to be rolling around on the ground, bashing each other with rocks, and then one wraps the other in its thick black hair and is like almost trying to strangle the other. I'll drag you to a map as well. Why not? Have to drag your characters out. It's a lot of you. But this fight is they're clearly locked in some sort of dispute. Not quite sure what over. They don't seem to be like arguing over anything in particular. They just seem to be shouting like abuse at each other. One's like, "Ah, you can hardly hit me. I felt like dust. This is a real hit."
Xaxx, I'm so sorry. I can't see. Can you cast your magic on me?
Yeah,
See
sure.
either.
I can't see either, to be fair. Oh, there we go. I can see now. Does
Oh,
everybody see?
okay. Yes, now, yes. Thank
Well,
you.
I'm gonna use the Eyes of Night for everybody just in case. Use ability.
Juniper and Volkswagen are with us?
And I'm also gonna use Vigilant Blessing
I guess.
on myself.
Not if you left them behind. It's up to you. What you did with
No.
them.
I thought they were supposed to stay with the
Sure.
original people until they were
Yeah,
so that
fine.
we knew that they'd be safe.
Yeah, we're not going to take them into the caves with us, I don't think.
Oh, so we've got two people arguing.
All got then as well, right?
Yeah.
So if you do Eyes of the Night, I'm just going to change your tokens real quick. You have 300 foot dim
Well,
vision.
I can see a bit now. I guess I just need a moment for my eyes to become adjusted.
Yeah.
Is it 300 dim or 300 bright? I think it's dim.
300 dim.
Yeah, okay.
I've updated mine.
Okay, cool.
It used to be unlimited until they changed it.
There you go. You should see all the way.
Now, I've got to ask you two: is this a sport, or are you actually in a fight?
Sport! No, this is a battle to the death! And one of them smashes a rock over the side of the head. And good lord, it looks like he was going for a kill move right there.
Why are you two fighting?
He looked at me funny. And the other one's like, he's the one who threw the first stone.
How's the chief reacting to this?
He looks back to you and says, "This is what I mean. The
infestation.
infestation has caused infighting amongst our kind. We had to leave home.
Does anybody mind if I sort of just stop this particular fight right now?
Oh, please go ahead.
If you can, I was going to. If you can't.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna cast Calm Emotions.
Okay.
On them. I guess this is the area here.
That's a great spell.
I know I never get to use it. Cast it right.
Just as this one's about to swing a giant club towards him, you can cast a spell, and you see their eyes suddenly glaze over. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Here's a picture of a very angry Corrid.
I can see some text.
Why does he keep telling me that I'm talking dwarvish? Oh, what? Shit. That's the weirdest thing I've seen. I was trying to put an image in there and it put it as text. What on earth? No idea why it's doing it as text.
Time it translated from Sylvan.
Yeah, I know. I'll get rid of this. I'm just gonna turn it off, I think. Stupid module. Which one is it? It's the language one. Polyglot, that's the one.
Right.
You got. It might have to reload your game.
No problem.
Oh, it is automatically.
That's fine then.
Yeah.
So they suddenly glaze over and they look towards each other and they seem to be confused, just staring at each other. What? What were we fighting about? I can't remember. I know you did something to piss me off.
Well,
Thank you.
if you can't remember, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it can't have been that important. I mean, it might have been just maybe his beard was slightly longer than yours or something, and you got jealous, but it doesn't matter regardless. Right.
Well, yeah, sorry about that. He kind of like goes up to him and brushes the rocks off of his head that was shattered. Yeah, it's well, let's put it behind us. Let's just consider that a good old sparring match. Yes.
Exactly. A bit of sport between friends. Alright. Now, we are here because we've heard about some sort of infestation and we're here to help deal with it.
Yes, I was wondering what type of steps you had taken already to try and deal with it. Have you tried poison or traps? Beyond.
They're
Yeah.
traps.
Tarquin, your
Hmm.
emotions are calmed as well since you
Yep.
stepped into the spirit.
Oh, Yep.
Building traps sounds like something the Briganox would do. We Corheads, we just smash something if we see it.
And
But they,
has that been working?
there's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Yeah.
perhaps you
What,
could.
what, do, what do the mites look like?
Good question.
They are small, spiky-looking flint-like creatures, like they're made of the stone that you see around you now. Makes them quite difficult to spot. And as he's saying this, a couple of the Corheads, the ones that you were just calmed down now, they turn to each other and they say, I had a dream about what you're describing.
Explain.
I remember trying to chase one of them. I saw it dig a hole in the ground and I went and smashed it. But then I kind of woke up. And when I woke up, I was out here, like actually out in the cave, like I had ended up sleepwalking.
Hmm. Yeah, the problem is if they can burrow through the stone, just blocking up the holes won't do anything. They'll just make a new one and come out that.
I
E-
have an
Even if
odd.
we had,
Hmm.
does anybody have shape stone spell?
No, I think that's.
I have meld into stone.
I'll look back at the lead one. Has anyone seen these creatures whilst they're awake? Or are they all stories like this where I had a dream about chasing her and then I was there?
I've seen them, yeah. They're crawling around, and I swear I've heard them scratching at the walls. It was
And
late at night, just as I was going to sleep.
you're certain these are real creatures and not like a gas that's seeping up from below that's maybe addling your mind?
Gas, no. But
Hmm.
we have been cooped up in here for far too long. Our Gantel told us to stay low. Lay low because of the threat of bitter end stealing our hair.
We are planning to put a bitter end to bitter end, one way or another, but it is.
That's so.
Yes, but in order to do so, we have to unite all of your clans, and dealing with this infestation seems like a good way of helping you. But you've heard them scratching at night, and people have seen them in dreams. I'm wondering if these are some sort of creature that manipulates your dreams, or somehow only maybe you can only see them when you're asleep, and the reason you woke up why your dream ended and you couldn't hit them was because they'd burrowed away.
Maybe they
I
were kind
wonder.
of like that spider. Remember the spider that
Mm,
took the stories?
yeah.
It was
Mhm.
kind of like that.
Mm, I wonder. Have you ever seen anything like a nest or a trail, or droppings or young? Any sign of them besides just the noise?
There's
Anything they leave behind?
we're gonna I'll roll a perception check for him.
Mm.
I remember, yes, I spotted something like a um a f- what was it? Well, I saw their claw marks and their tracks, and when I followed them,
Mm.
I remember feeling my blood begin to boil.
Oh, wait a minute.
Literally, or you were just
No.
angry?
These are going to be like those creatures we dealt with in the key place. But those were fear, boggles of sadness. These are probably
Mm.
embodiments of anger.
The fear, like red caps.
Possibly like red caps, but like red caps are, but they're just naturally angry. Whereas I think these might literally have an ability to make you angry, to provoke
I
rage and
remember
conflict.
felt like my skin became itchy as well, and I had to get out of there. But yes, they were.
When,
That was when I found the tracks.
yeah,
It
when
led me to that.
can you lead the way to there?
Yeah, sure. Can show you where they were.
It
Um,
might give us an idea, maybe if we can see the tracks.
mhm.
Tanwen, you're probably the best at tracks, so do you wanna?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm also the absolute worst at seeming to not are being susceptible to psychic damage. So if I start to act funny, please.
If you act funny,
Uh,
I will make sure that you don't do anything stupid one way or another.
Can
Thanks. I
Xaxx,
appreciate it.
can you calm emotions more times?
Yeah, I can do it a couple more times, but it's
Okay.
it's limited.
Okay.
So
So
just in
if we
case,
we
yeah,
should stick together and keep be aware
Yeah.
of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and we should be quiet. So stop banging on your teapots and things.
Yeah, let's sneak ahead, I guess.
Okay.
well,
So do I need to roll perception to see if I see anything or?
see the
Oh,
tracks. Those are they are pretty much pointed out to you where the Korad found them. But if you want to locate what's around those tracks, sure, I'll allow any kind of check, which either investigation or perception or survival.
I would like to investigate with a specific eye to the kind of farming experience vermin. So he's not thinking about these as magical enemies. He's thinking, okay, well, if it was a rat or a termite or ants, that would leave a very specific type of trail, I guess. And that's what I want to specifically investigate. If that makes
Okay,
sense. Yeah.
then go ahead and roll an investigation check. Now, unfortunately, these
Oof.
don't seem to leave any kind of droppings,
Mm.
and there doesn't seem to be signs of them eating things either. Like there's no leftover crumbs of rations. There doesn't look like there's any chewing away at the rock.
Is there any sign of a nest, like that they're building like a shelter?
There
Like
is something.
where are they living?
I think this is something that's psychic. It's
You
projecting
think
an image into people's heads,
you
but
think they are not real? Real?
I don't. I think whatever's behind them is real, but I'm starting to think these are psychic because they
Mm.
come in
They
dreams.
they have a psychic effect, certainly, but I mean that spider was real, you know. That
Yes.
it, it was
Right.
The
there was a physical being there.
the boggles were
It's
real,
just
and what were the fear ones called?
Mean locks.
Mean locks. Those were real as well, but they were only there. Huh.
So what you do see though, with that 18 Tanwen, Rodolfo mentions there's a nest, and as you're looking around, there is holes dug into the floor. There's a couple of them. Actually, the more you find, the more there seems to be
Are
more visible, right? Once you've identified one, you look back over your tracks and realize there are actually quite a dozen of these holes dug into the
okay.
ground.
So they're in the ground going down.
They are, yeah.
Okay. Um. Okay.
But they are
Shoot.
just holes. They aren't tunnels. As you look into them, you can see that the hole does stop, probably about like 3 feet down.
Okay. Um. I would like to let everybody know that I found holes, but I'm going to take an arrow and just stick it down in the hole to see if anything reacts to it.
Okay. Um, Nothing seems to happen to the arrow. No.
Okay.
Uh,
And um, then I'm going to load my arrow into my crossbow bolt into my uh, crossbow, and I'm going to fire the crossbow down it bolt down there. I'm not wasting any of my
okay.
longbow arrows.
Yeah, sure. You fire it down into it, and the arrow probably ricochets in the hole and kind of like clatters slightly. That echo of that clatter seems to reverberate through the cave system, and as it does, you swear you hear either a bit of movement or a scuffle,
Okay.
but it
All
sounds
right.
distant.
Tarquin, I'm hearing something, but it doesn't sound like it's right up by us. So, I am not sure what this is, but I guess we should go and see if we can find more of these or a place where these come out.
Hmm.
Yes. Hmm.
Xaxx, Helia, where's Rodolfo?
Uh,
They,
But
I'm
they,
over
he's
Rodolfo,
here.
right.
I'm over here. I'm just looking.
they went down
Uh,
the other side tunnel.
Okay.
you go down into a different section.
sorry. I
Yeah.
just wanted to see if it was the same
Okay.
everywhere, and it seems to be.
So there's so you came from that one tunnel. We've got
Mm,
multiple branches to explore.
yeah.
Tarquin, don't get too far away.
Well, I'm, I can easily move back speed still, but there
But
is
we
oddly
don't really
open.
know what we're looking for.
Right.
Is there anything over
How
where
do
I am, Chris? Just looking around over here because it's in a bigger
Uh,
open area with like
yes,
hill.
you can. You can give me a perception check as well. 15. You can hear some. Oh, it sounds muffled, almost like it's behind the wall, perhaps. but you can hear like distant pings and pangs. Sounds like metal tools.
Hmm.
So the Boogaloo's?
You mean that? You mean the Briganox?
Yes.
Brewdog catches up to you. There. Ugh. He seems to grit his teeth and tries to find the words without being too frustrated, but you can see he's generally annoyed. Those
Yeah.
Briganox have been tormenting the Flint clan. Just as we're heading to sleep or trying to finish a task, they always seem to be managing to stay out of sight, but we can hear them. Oh yes, we can hear them
Hey,
mining away.
a question for you,
Uh,
Boodog.
yes.
These creatures that you saw, did they, these these mites, whatever we want to call them, the infestation, did they start occurring
Mm-hmm.
before the infighting
Mm-hmm.
or after? Because I would imagine if you're being made to hide down here, keep low in this area, you've got these constant mining sound whenever you're trying to sleep. I imagine that's going to cause tempers to fray a tad.
There'd be before. They definitely appeared before we started fighting each other.
Okay.
They're the cause of the infighting.
Yeah.
Most likely.
What was the time difference between the Boondoggles arriving and the mites arriving? Like is it the same time?
Briganox have always been here, but ever since they started working for Bitter End, they've been mining further and further, and their sounds of their mining has reached our ears, and our clans are right next door.
And what type of creature are they? I do not think I have ever seen one. Are they intelligent? Are they
Yes,
mammals?
they're tiny little scheming creatures. They're almost like half mole, half rat.
Oh dear.
They're about the
Brigadoons, right?
same size.
Yeah.
Briganox, they're humanoid like us, but hunched over.
Yeah. I think that these mites are different from the Brigadoons.
No, I just wonder
Briganox.
if I think if I understand what Tarquin was saying is, perhaps the agitation of one is increasing the population of the other. Perhaps they are not unrelated. They arrive at the same time. Everyone is stressed. You have people coming into your lands. It would be very natural.
Yeah, as you say, stressed. He's clearly like under it. He just lets out this massive sigh. Yes, yeah, I suppose you're right. Yes. It has been stressful, frustrating, and the Flint clan has grown intensely irritable.
Maybe the solution is to let everybody go outside for a few minutes.
Let me. Where did you find those holes, Tanwen?
Oh, they right back up here by
Oh,
Helia.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
There's
gonna
one
let me
right
just
there. Yeah.
let's see if I can stir something in them, and I'm gonna put my hands to the ground and use
Okay.
thaumaturgy to cause small tremors in the ground for 1 minute.
Oh, yeah, okay. For a
I've got a
while then?
crossbow bolt down there, so just be aware that you may hear that rattling. So
Well, okay. I'll take the crossbow bolt out and then I'll do it.
it's
Okay.
3 feet down.
hmm So, in that case, then, I'm gonna see about. Let's say, Tanwin, can you make me a charisma saving throw?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Charisma.
Charisma.
Okay. The sound of this rattling of the oh, actually, just even the tremors themselves, it lasts like a whole minute, and it's very repetitive tremoring, and it starts to tick you off for a moment, but then you realize no, this is necessary to sort of draw them out, and you don't know why you were kind of getting really annoyed with Xaxx for a moment. Like, I wish he would. There's a moment where you were like, I wish he would just stop doing that. But that feeling kind of fades very quickly when you focus back on the task. And I'm not sure why you
Um,
would feel that.
okay, Tarquin, I just felt
Discomfort.
something really bizarre, and I was furious with Xaxx for a minute. I'm gonna come,
Oh,
step
I'm sorry.
away.
I'll
No,
go away.
No.
no, there's
Sorry.
nothing. No, no, no. Xaxx, do what you're doing. It's affecting me somehow, which means, again, low psychic resistance. I'm gonna come stand behind Tarquin, and Tarquin's gonna stop me if I start doing anything weird. So go back to
Yeah.
what you were doing because I think it's valuable and useful.
Well,
Roll me a
I
charisma save as well, Xaxx.
charisma save. Okay.
Yeah. Having Tanwen tell you what to do uh, is really frustrating for some reason. He seems to be bossing you about and yeah, taking control of the situation and lording over your actions. It's well out of line.
Just please don't. I've had a rough enough day as it is. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Just let me see if I can find. I'll figure out how to get these things out since nobody else seems to be able to do it. Okay? Just leave me
I,
alone. I'll go and work over here by myself.
I'm
And
sorry, Xaxx. I really do
Don't
apologize.
apologize. I'm not in the mood for an apology right now.
Understand.
Just don't talk to me.
okay,
Does anyone have any cake or pie or snack we can
Fucking
offer?
I've
angry.
got I've got a good berry, but I don't know that he'll take it from me, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna go stand where I'm not in his direct line of sight.
Why don't you give it to me and I will pass it over? He's not mad at me, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here. Okay, here. Why don't you come up here, and then that way he doesn't see me hand it to you.
Mhm.
And then, yeah.
Do, 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 do,
I'm
do.
gonna hand him Zach's potato
What I'm not what am I giving me a potato for? I'm not
because
we're looking for
and
these things.
I'm
It's not time. I know I'm the food guy and whatever, and it's all fun and games, but like
Um,
I'm not like
That
it's
was a
not time
bit.
for food right now.
okay,
but Zach,
here's
you're not you
the
when you're
good,
hungry.
Yeah,
yeah.
so you give me a potato? Like
Yeah.
that's not what you do. That's what
Well,
am I
I'm
gonna do with the
baking
potato?
it
I
so I
gotta
can
cook it.
use flame.
Uh,
I gotta prepare it. What do you want me to do? Make you fries or something?
Rodolfo's gonna kind
um,
of gently edge Helia out of the way and go, "Hey man, you're still a little down on
uh,
health, right? Why don't you take one of these and I'll
Oh, so
take her
you
away."
know what's best for me now? Is that
Just
what it
uh,
is? You,
Your
Mr.
sugar's
French
a
Tarquin.
bit
guy,
low.
you know what's best
Oh,
for me
oh,
now?
whoops. Tarquin, Tarquin, Tarquin.
Yes.
There's something coming out of the back of Zach's. Do you see that purple wisp?
That was meant to be Rodolfo. But you do see that with your vision, Rodolfo. There absolutely is some sort of magic
it's coming from
coming from
him.
him. Yeah,
Okay.
it was
Oh,
there when he was in the hole, and then a
Yeah.
second later, as he moved away from it,
Mm. It's following him.
yeah, it's sort of like he left this scent trail of magic.
Mm.
Something affected him, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try and grab him around the
Just
shoulders and kind of shove the good
no.
berry in his
Sorry,
mouth.
no, get away from me.
Ah, damn
Okay.
it. Okay. I thought maybe that okay. That's not going to
I'm
work,
not.
but
I'm trying to focus on trying to whatever these
Helia,
idiots are trying to do here.
can you do a healing on him? Even just a little one? Maybe that will help to clear his mind.
Zach, stop being rude. I'm just gonna throw the potato at him because he wouldn't accept it.
I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians,
Oh
Oh
God!
snap!
and everybody except me is considered an enemy right now.
Oh my God! Hey, that's incredible. Sure.
Um,
Click the spell, and it
Abort mission.
should lay down
is
a template.
is is he considered a person? He's humanoid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Zach?
Wow,
Okay.
they're being so rude. They're not even considering you're a human being. Oh man.
I'm just gonna leave.
Guardians.
You guys do what you want. I'll wait for you outside, okay?
I
Yes,
would like to cast
yes.
Charm Person on
Okay.
Xaxx. Yeah.
You better roll a wisdom save then, Xaxx. I think with
I
Charm
have a plus
Person.
9 to wisdom.
Oh wow,
Oh,
that one's
that
good.
passes. Yep.
Yeah,
Fine,
there's
yeah.
a flare
Just
of.
don't even. What you're casting spells on me now? Like I just want you to be left alone, and you're trying to cast spells on me. You're trying to
You're
influence
being a dick,
my
man. Just
thinking.
come back. We'll leave
No,
you
you're being a
alone.
dick. You're all being a dick. Get away from me.
I'm gonna approach him and moonbeam
I'm gonna go.
him because
I'm
he's a
gonna go
person
funny
from the
scare you.
moon.
Xaxx,
Tanwen,
as
I
you
tried
move.
to charm him. We've tried to hit him. Nothing is
I
working.
know. I'm going to try to cast web and see if I can
Oh, a
get him
lot of
to.
things what he could cast. 1 second, let's backtrack a second. As Xaxx is going over here and through this tight kind of passage, there is the sounds of a scratching sound, like panicked clawing, like something's trying to maybe like scratch at a door or escape something, and then you hear a crack, and out of the wall you see something fall down. A creature that looks much like the description was given, and it falls to the floor, holding like its throat, as the spirits of Xaxx's guardians. Well, they just killed it because it's like a big radius, so you just killed the thing in the wall. It just clearly just falls out and just drops dead on the ground.
Xaxx, take it. If you don't mind, please take your spirit guardians and edge along the walls and see if you can kill any more of those. If it won't piss you off.
He
Alright,
don't like
fine.
you.
Just, just stay out of my way, okay? If you
Oh,
don't want to get
okay.
hurt, just stay out of my way.
I am
Go on,
also going to
you.
ask everyone to roll initiative as soon
Yeah.
as you've killed one, the others begin to like come out of the woodwork.
I have advantage on initiative right now, so I'm gonna roll again.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Trying to roll again.
Get rid of the corrids because you asked them to go outside.
I can't seem to roll initiative a second time.
Try now. There you go. Even better. Okay.
Like top of the round.
19.14.
All right. Is everyone else on? I think they are. Okay. Cool. So actually, Xaxx, you're up first. You do see the creature that is dead on the ground, but up to you what you want to do.
I just walk around, like, do full. Because I have the Spirit Guardians up and going. So I'm
Yeah.
just gonna just walk full 60 feet, trying to take out or injure, pick up whatever happens here for these things.
Okay. It's a wisdom save, right?
It's a wisdom save, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. And you can roll damage for your spirit guardians.
Cool.
Yep. Another one falls from like perhaps the side of the wall where it was hiding behind like a stalactite and just collapses on the ground, throbbing and it sounds like stone cracking and breaking. And the creature that you see here is
Trying to find how far I can
looks
go.
like this, almost imp-like. And then you start to hear the scraping and clawing of a great number of them around you.
Yeah.
Maybe they're
It's
trying to
probably
maneuver away.
It's probably as far as I can get.
Okay.
With my movement and my action to move 60 feet, since I already had Spirit Guardians up. So bonus action. Bonus action. Bonus action. That's a concentration. I guess I'll just healing word myself since I haven't actually healed myself since before.
Okay. And that'll be your go. All right. So after that,
There we go.
I need to roll the rest on. Yeah, there's a few more. All right. Woo. No. This scratching sound can be heard everywhere around you. It sounds like tons of little pebbles just sort of scraping across the ceiling, across the ground. And Rodolfo, you can spot them as well. With
Are they? Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
with claws outstretched, this one crawls down the side of this wall and leaps towards your face.
Ah.
And their hands seem to like push their fingers together to form like that of a dagger-like spike, and it goes towards you, tries to stab you with that. Oh, you see it coming.
What
Just
the heck? Okay.
completely whiffs.
Mhm. How many
but
are these? Are these like dozens, hundreds?
there's at least 2 you can see, and another third one crawling out. There's going to be lots. You'll see the number in just a second.
And are they crawling out from the holes, or are they crawling out from just anywhere in the stone?
They are crawling out of everywhere. Yeah, not out of the holes that were suspiciously dug into the ground. These ones are just appearing out of every nook and crevice.
Okay, cool.
And this one gets to here and is then going to target you with something. Okay. Yeah, you can give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, perfect.
That's a pass. You do
Yay.
feel your temperature kind of rise for a moment. Maybe it's just the adrenaline from the sight of so many of these creatures about to crawl out and kill you, but you have the nemesis in front of you. You know those are your enemy, and you sort of direct any anger or frustration towards them. Okay. What else have we got? Okay, yeah, there's one next to you, next to Tanwen, narrowly avoiding that spirit guardians, but one jumps down, tries to stab Tanwen. Yeah. Oh, gonna hit. Yeah, there's a small nick in your back as you see this tiny creature has latched onto you, stabbed you in the shoulder, and that'll be it there. Okay, yeah, the one surrounding Xaxx, it's not good.
So,
I'm gonna...
how much
They all
damage
need
do
to
I
make
need?
wisdom saving throws. Anything
they're
not-
from me.
These
We do.
mites are actually going to avoid you, Xaxx. They rush away. One of them leaps onto another stalactite and then looks down towards Tarquin. And Tarquin, you can make me a charisma save.
Does this count as a charm effect?
It's enchantment magic, but no, you're not
Okay.
actually being charmed.
Okay, because I have a resistance to fear or charm due to the slumbering scaled ornament, so I thought I would ask.
Okay. But doesn't look like needed anyway. That's a success. Quite a low DC. But yeah, you do see this creature gets up to here, and the eyes suddenly flash a kind of red and purple kind of color, and you see it before the effect kind of hits your mind. You're almost bracing it inside your thoughts, ready for this creature to do something. And sure enough, it seemed like it tried to cast perhaps a spell or some sort of effect, magical effect. But yeah, that's it. All right, next one. Another one, just as you're dealing with the one in front of you, Rodolfo, another one leaps down from the darkness from above and stabs you. That one crits. Oh, sorry, Tanwen. Let me undo that, Tanwen. There we go. Yep, gets you. It's a... Oh, feels like someone just stabbed a tiny shank into your side.
Okay.
And that's it. For Tarquin, you can see your own collection of them crawling and clambering down towards you.
That's fine.
Okay. Hops down. Sort of. I'm gonna say this one flanks you as well, considering it.
Sure.
Yeah. Kind of jumps down onto your arm. Definitely gets through their defenses. And this one over here. Yep, they're avoiding. They're definitely going to avoid your spirit guardian. So instead, I'll have this one jump down, climbing above the ceiling. Tanwen, you spot a second one drop down towards you, but it misses completely. Okay, and then finally, Tarquin, it's your go.
Right. Tarquin just sort of looks at this one next to them and is just like, sort of looks at it, just like unimpressed, and just punches it in the face with an acid-soaked punch, or tries to at least.
Oof, yeah.
And followed up with, I don't know, what's a good follow-up? Let's follow that up with a lightning punch.
The acid seems to melt away the rock, and with a solid punch into its interior, you can see the lightning crack and shatter the pieces of this creature.
Yep. Okay. And you know what? Let's declare this as a flurry of blows and try to finish this one off behind me. As well. Might as well thin the numbers. This one can have a fire punch, why not? Oh, that one died.
Yeah, it did. Fire just blast this thing into pieces.
Is that because fire seemed like it did more, or...?
No, you just got a good solid hit.
Okay, and then I haven't moved yet, so... I did say flurry of blows, so...
Yeah, go for it.
Let's rotate back to acid, I guess.
Nice. Oh my god, that one also melted. And little bits of flint flick in every direction.
And then I've still got movement less. Xaxx looks like he can defend himself pretty well with his whole aura, so I'm going to start moving this way.
Okay.
You don't tell me what I can and can't do.
I'm not saying that to you. Tarquin's doing as he was said and just keeping out of your way.
Okay, I'm gonna have Rodolfo make me a charisma save again.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Actually, I'm gonna. Oh no, never mind. You rolled it. It's cool. But
Oh.
you got fail. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna say because you're the warlock and you've got really good charisma. But finally, something gets through. The
Uh-oh.
stabbing pain of tiny knives everywhere is starting to really piss you off. Your allies aren't doing anything to help you right now. You're just being swarmed and surrounded. And look, there's not even a single one on Helia. Like she should be doing something, and she's not. It's what good is she? That's that kind of frustration in your head.
Okay.
So you'll go, and yeah, you've got disadvantage on any attacks against these creatures.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just because of that frustration, just so you know.
Yep. Okay, what... First thing I want to do is move as far as I can. 30 feet out here.
Okay.
I'll probably take an attack of opportunity, but that's okay.
You'll take 2. Sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. If you want to roll those.
Stabby stab.
Stabby stab. 13.
Yeah. That one hit. And the second one.
No, my AC
That
is
one
15.
didn't miss. Okay, they both.
They
Wait.
both miss.
All right. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And I'm going to Eldritch Blast those two.
Okay, go for it.
I don't know how to target more than one person at a time, but
I would do one at a time just
mm,
because you need to roll multiple times anyway.
right. Okay.
Does it?
Ooh,
You got.
Nice.
nice.
You've got the
Oh, but that was at a
unification, don't you?
disadvantage. Yeah.
Yeah, disadvantage. Yeah, you'll have to roll that again, but
Bloody
pretty
hell.
sure you can probably hit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
That's
no,
no.
you don't. You do miss it after all. Okay, you still got a second beam though.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna try it again. What
Yep.
do I click? Is it shift or control to roll
It should be
disadvantage?
control to be disadvantage.
I always pick the wrong one.
There you go.
Let's just
That
leave it
worked.
anyway. Yep.
But this time you hit it. Despite being frustrated, it does connect and blasts one of its arms off.
Okay, good enough. Bloody bastards. Okay.
Okay.
Somebody do an area of effect spell. I don't have anything like that. Come on, people, let's get it together.
I'm already doing that, Rodolfo.
Yeah.
Just wait
I
your
know
turn.
you're the only
okay?
one who's on my side. The rest of these people, I don't know.
I mean, I just killed 3 of them. I mean,
What are we even doing? Oh, you think that's a lot, do you? Very impressive.
I mean, you've killed none, so yes.
Oh, Tarquin.
Different set of skills, my friend.
Okay, the one that next to Xaxx. Can't really get close. It seems to be wary of your presence, Xaxx. It's clearly stalking you, but it doesn't want to jump into that effect after witnessing 2 more mites have just sort of died in your presence. So instead, it is going to force you to roll a. This time it's a wisdom saving throw, but you have disadvantage because of the fact you're already under the effects of some sort of frustrating blood boiling effect.
Is me?
This time, yeah, it is, and this time it is a charm effect.
Okay. Wisdom save.
Yes,
Disadvantage.
that's right.
How do I do the is it control?
Yeah.
Control.
Oh,
No.
I don't think that matters anyway. You're on that one. Okay. The creature hides away from your presence, and as it does, you feel that blood boiling reaches kind of fever pitch. And next turn, you are charmed. This means you have to do an offensive action against one of your party members, I'll say.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much.
That's it.
Oh.
That's it. Go.
And then I rolled a natural 1, so it's going to be a biggie.
Yeah. Oh, boy. And Rodolfo, I'm going to do the same to you as well. Wisdom save with disadvantage. And what did you get? 9.
9.
You two are charmed next turn and must make an offensive action against either Tarquin or Xaxx here. Seems like Tarquin and you are at each other's throats, so I'm going to say probably Tarquin on the next go.
I mean, he's asking for it, right? Everyone heard him?
Exactly. All right, Helia, it's up to you. Or you're up.
Right. I am going to throw my hands in the air and obviously we're in
wave
obviously we're in a cave, but who cares about that? I'm gonna throw my hands in the air and conjure clouds, and through the clouds there's gonna be like a sunbeam.
Cool.
But you don't want to kind of be confused with that being an actual sunbeam, because I'm gonna cast Call Lightning on the mites that are in front of me and Tanwen.
Okay.
Like in this diagonal line there.
Cool lightning
Oh,
is a fun one.
lightning! Oh.
Yeah, because the template for that is massive because
Oh
you
my god.
basically that's the one That's the one
It's
where
got rid of my template.
Just place it down anyway.
that's the one where each turn you get to pick to like launch a lightning bolt in area, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a
So
fun one.
place where your clouds are forming. That's a big cloud.
That
My
also
God, the
made us
power.
all roll dex saves.
Okay, click them and I'll undo them afterwards. We'll have to make some better what's the word, automation for this.
Yeah.
But for now, just click your deck saves. I'll undo the damage in a second.
I'm trying to remember if
Good
we
lord.
set one up for Storm Sphere for that. I can't remember because it does
So-
a similar thing.
But it's a good visual to realize just how big this area is where you can strike lightning. It's almost the whole cave. So pretty impressive. I will delete the template just so that you can actually see.
And
That's
in that
super cool.
moment, yeah, it's messed up.
And you don't need that. You've got a template tool, my friend. Look, you just do this. Done. Now you can pick a creature, or is it a spot, isn't it?
Yeah,
Where
it's
you want to
a
like.
spot, and then I think it's everything within 5 feet of that spot, isn't it? Can't remember with Cool Lightning. Because
It
annoyingly, my Storm Cleric Tempest Sorcerer can't get
Each
it.
creature within 5 feet of that point.
Yeah, so if
You're clicking there, so
The
all
ones
three
in
of them.
the yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And I think that's a pass. But yeah, roll damage for me.
It's 18 damage. Yeah,
18.
18 damage. Yeah.
All right, even if they passed, doesn't matter. Describe to me how your sunbolt blasts these three
Sunbolt.
mites out of it.
It's like a orange bolt of lightning, and it's like scorches down, like it's flame, but it's not. It's like a when lightning strikes and sets things on fire. It's that
Yeah.
kind of damage.
Nice. The three little mites that were grouped up in that corner instantly vaporized from the sun or lightning. But yeah. Anything else?
I think that's all I can really do.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, Tanwen, it's back to you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I got thrown for a loop because Helia just did such a magnificent job because I was going to cast Fairy Fire on those three so that we would have advantage against them. But I am going to try to use my hand axe to whack one of them that's attacking me. All right, so, and I'm using a hand axe because it looks like they are. Where are you? Inventory. Quarter stuff, daggers. That's odd. Why is it?
In your
Oh,
your
I'm
inventory.
sorry. I'm in the wrong place. Okay, so there we go. Hand
You can
axe.
add them to your favorite. Just
Did it not roll?
No, it rolled. You got 15 to hit,
Okay.
and that would be 2 slashing damage. Are you using your dex or your string for these? That's
Doesn't
the way. It's
have
not a finesse weapon, is it? So it's only strength.
no. Right. But it looked like everybody else was smashing theirs,
Yeah.
which is why I thought I needed to smash it.
It's actually quite resistant. It seems like to the chop. They're like a stony creature. As you slam an axe into it, kind of always just kind of blunts the axe a little bit.
Okay. Then drat. I'm gonna have to sharpen my axe again. Okay,
Yeah.
then I guess since I've used my action, I'm just gonna
You can
move.
attack again.
Oh,
as a ranger, you've got extra attack.
oh, that's right. I forget with level 6. Yes, yay. Since my axe didn't work, I'm gonna try my shillelagh.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I
Oh no,
totally missed.
that was a bad miss.
That was awful. I'm gonna use lucky and redo that.
Yeah, go for it.
So hang on. So I'm gonna use my lucky feat, lucky usability,
There you go.
and
And then you can just re-roll the attack. The mite is a very tiny little creature, very hard to hit,
right.
it seems. And it's like trying to whack a flea on the
Okay.
floor, and this thing just ducks and scampers away from the blow.
Okay. All right. And I don't want to provoke attacks of opportunity, so I'm not gonna move.
Okay. All right. Seeing the lightning and devastation that has just come from Helia, I'm gonna have to try and break concentration. One of them swings out from behind a stalagmite, Helia, and tries to stab you. Oh, crits! Yeah,
Oh no.
it's alright. It seems very. It's only chip damage, but
Fine.
can you make a con save? DC 10.
Come on, con save.
You pass. You
Just
keep
about.
concentrating, despite this nagging pain in your leg. It's just you got a little bit of trickle of blood coming down.
You little
All right.
shit.
They are. We are back to the top of the round, and Tanwen, this one is on you. I'm gonna have you roll a charisma save.
Okay.
Fails. Okay. The
I'm
blood.
getting pissed.
Yeah, you start getting a blood boiling hex come over you. The effect of this is just it's frustration mainly aimed at towards these creatures for now, but we'll see if that frustration accidentally ends up getting aimed at someone else. But that's going to be its action, and you see this creature just sort of looks towards you, and it scrapes its hands together almost like a fly. And once it's done that, your blood is boiling. Xaxx, it's your go. Let's see what yours has completely tipped over.
Yeah. Well,
Your
it's
frustration.
unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that Glyph of Warding takes an hour to cast because I really wanted to do that one, but that's okay,
That'll be a bit
I
much.
guess. You said an offensive action, and I believe
Yes,
that's
I
an
did.
offensive action. So I'm gonna go here.
Rodolfo,
can
make
get-
me a wisdom saving throw? Or is it the start of their turn, isn't it?
It's at the start of their turn, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I can
Or
get
if
Rodolfo
they
in
move
my
into it, not if you move them into it.
That's right.
if they start their turn or move into it.
That's correct.
If they start if they start their turn in the Spirit Gardens or move into it, then it happens.
Okay.
So I'll do that, and then I will also target Tarquin.
Oh no.
With a guiding bolt, and because I rolled a natural one, I need to do it at a higher level. Where's the guiding bolt? I need to do it at a higher level. Misses. Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. Tarquin just sort of sees this bolt coming towards him and just sort of bends slightly out the way, and he's just like, "Is there
That's
one
okay.
behind me?"
As you release this bolt, all of that pent up frustration is suddenly washed away, and you come to effectively. Attacking an ally breaks the hex. So
that's too bad.
it's too bad indeed. But what, did you have something else in mind, like a bonus action?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Well, I was gonna bonus action use my gem plate to fly into the air.
Oh, okay. You can still do that.
Do you
That's
still,
Or
do you
to,
still-
I think just to spread my wings, because I think I can't. I don't.
yeah. It feels like you've got it out your system, right?
Yeah, it gives.
Quit
I'll
really
sprout.
trying to hurt him.
I'll sprout my wings as my bonus action.
Mhm.
I can't
Yeah,
actually fly this turn, but I can
that
split
feeling is all gone. The pent up frustration. It was just a warning shot, just to show Tarquin who was boss, perhaps. But
Yeah.
that's all. That was all it was. You were not really out to kill him by the seams. All right, the next little mite creature. He's still alive. The one you
Oh,
blasted.
am I
Hmm.
aware that Rodolfo would be considered an enemy right now for my spirit guardians? And I don't know if I doubt I'm able to change it, but could I just drop the spell?
You
No,
can
because
drop
we
the
need them for
spell.
the mites. We need them for the
I'd just
mites.
say, haven't you got any movement left? Just take a step backward, a couple of steps backwards.
I have no movement left. I was trying to get everybody, you and
Hmm.
Rodolfo, into the area.
Ah,
The only option I'll say is if you drop the spell, but that's up to you.
It's the
We'll
only
see.
thing killing them
It's the
effectively and
only
instantly. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but
It's
it would take two. I'll keep it up. Just Rodolfo, be aware you're gonna get hit.
Yep. Leave it
Okay.
up. I can take the hits. Leave it up.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Tanwen, I'm gonna have you roll a wisdom save with disadvantage. You've got that
Okay.
blood boiling hex, and it seems like it's reaching fever pitch. You, however, keep a calm mind.
No.
Oh
You
wait,
said
no. Oh no,
disadvantage.
it's a disadvantage 8. Yeah, if you hadn't been hexed before, then you might have been able to pass this, but feels like the recent stabbing in the legs and in the shoulder has made enough frustration build up that you just have to deal with this in some way. And I'm gonna say you have to attack Helia next turn. This is a charm effect. I don't know if you have any resistance. No, you're just a human. Okay. So, yeah, you feel like the rage or frustration pent up has reached fever pitch. You just have to attack Helia. That'll be it. Okay,
What do
the
you mean?
might.
That'll be it. Like,
That'll be
that's
it.
not a big deal. Hey, you just
No.
need to do this.
Helia, I'm gonna have you roll a charisma save. You're
Is
you're
that
not
the
affected by any hex yet. Yeah, this is the might next to you.
Is it a charm?
This isn't the charm. The next
Ah,
one is a charm effect. This is just a hex.
meh. Oh, damn.
That is a fail. So you are blood boiling. Feel like that emotion running forward. It should be Helia's.
That's standard for Hilia.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say that's standard for Helia, isn't it? So, yeah. If it's not already boiling, it was before. Tarquin, it's
yeah.
your go.
So, this sort of rock in the middle, is that like
Ooh.
a pillar going up to the ceiling?
No, it's a rocky hill. It doesn't go all the way.
Okay, in which case, so I'm going to use my bonus action to jump 25 feet, because I can't do my ridiculous jump anymore. To
Yep.
there. I'm going to run along this thing.
Does he need to make a wisdom saving throw if he passes through the spirit guardians?
True. Yes.
Eh.
You did go through it. Oh, you're good. Right.
Ah, it's too bad. I'll get you one day.
Would I get would he go through me and like could get an opportunity?
My jump doesn't provoke tax opportunity.
Ah, curses. All right.
But you do take half
Fine.
damage. So roll your d8s.
Who takes half damage?
Me,
Uh,
if I jump
yeah, so-
through the thing.
Spirit Guardian still does half damage on a
Oh.
save.
Do I need to roll the damage for it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And we'll use that same damage in a second for Rodolfo. So 9 radiant.
Half, so that'd be, what, 28? That'd be
Ye-
5, which would drop me 28.
Yes. That's it.
Okay. Now these lovely 3 friends are all in a line.
Uh-oh. Well, this one doesn't want to live anymore. But yes, you can get the body of that one.
Yeah, I can see that one, but this was where I could get to without effectively affecting the party.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do a fire line. That seems like a fun one to do. Burn!
Well, there's the skulls. Amazing. All right, how do you? What kind of maneuver do you use to summon forth the fire?
So this is because this is inspired by the Jabberwock. Obviously, he sort of points his fist at them, and like the pointer finger and the pinky finger, like knuckle, just start glowing like the eyes of the Jabberwock while that beam launches off.
Nice.
Yep.
All right. And anything else?
No, because that's my movement, my action, and my bonus action.
So he killed all 3 of them?
Yeah, you killed all of them.
Okay.
There's only this
They
one
did.
next to you. There's only 3 of them left that I can see on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, the
All
one
right.
next to me, the one in front of me, and is there one near
There's
Elia?
one down here.
There's one up here. There's one up here.
Hey, Rodolfo,
Oh,
roll
there's
a
a
wisdom
fourth one up
save.
there.
So it is a what
It's
dex
a
save?
wisdom
Wisdom
save.
save.
Yeah.
Wisdom save.
Gonna ace this.
No. All right. You take 9 points of radiant damage down to 30, and then you'll go.
It's asking me for a con save throw.
That'd be for concentration. What are you? Wait, are you concentrating
I
or something?
think that you might still be
Detect
concentrating.
magic.
And detect magic.
Yeah. Detect magic. So yeah, you do need to roll that. Okay. So you keep concentrating.
Cool.
Tarquin seems to be running away from the fight. Maybe he's
Yeah,
trying to
I'm-
avoid your ire.
Mad at him. I'm not mad at Xaxx, I don't think, but I also
Right.
know that his. I don't think so.
Well, you are getting hit by his spirit guardians. I'll allow you to
That's
pick
true.
between either Xaxx or Tarquin to shoot.
I want to move out of range of the spirit guardians
Yep.
because I know I don't want. Like, I'm smart enough. Even though I'm angry at him personally, I know that the spirit guardians are battling these things. Do I have to go for Tarquin, or can I go for one of the mites?
You have to do an offensive action against one of your allies. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
You're charmed in this moment.
Yep. Let us try a blast.
Well, dominated more like. But shooting Tarquin ends the blood boiling effect almost immediately.
Ow!
That one
Sorry,
hurt,
that was like
yeah.
the most powerful thing I've done in like 4 episodes.
Damn. You got a second beam for him?
No, I'm gonna hit the mite. I'm still mad at the mite for biting me.
Okay. Uh-oh. That one turns to see it just in time, and how do you kill it?
Just like the beam kind of swats it away like a fly, like just.
Oh, wow.
They're an annoyance more than an enemy.
Like a fly hitting like one of those electric lamps. Just zap.
Yes, exactly.
Gone.
Zap and gone.
Disintegrated. Nice. Okay. And the blood boiling hex is dissipated as though you've kind of released all your anger and pent up rage on that. It's gone.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I've retaliated that was my rebuttal to the to the insult.
Okay. The one.
You know, Chris, I just realised technically I couldn't have rabbit hopped because that's a Harengon feature. I'm technically not a Harengon at the moment.
No, you aren't.
So
what
I actually did was step off the wind and briefly summon dragon wings and fly to that point.
Okay. As long as you were able to do it still, that's fine. Cool. All right. Let's see this little mite that was crawling near the outskirts. You can see this giant cloud above the sky, and he's the only one outside of the range. But not out of range of you. So
Where is the little mite?
he's being a little shit up in the top left.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Okay. Tarquin, you're still not even frustrated, are you? You're not even hexed.
Nope.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to risk it. Roll me another charisma save.
Okie dokie.
Okay. You're hexed, and you have disadvantage on attacks against
That's fair.
the mite. Okay. Gotcha.
If you get me with the other one, I'd be bad for whichever member of the
That
party.
would be cool. I need to get in range though. It's gonna have to hop down.
But it will be flat for me because I have advantage on charm.
Yes, you do. All right, go ahead. Roll a wisdom with flat.
Oh god, they actually are trying. Okay.
Yeah. 15 is a success. You see this creature visibly hop down, getting towards you, and you see its eyes again flash this kind of purplish hue. You know what's coming, and it seems you're like. Wait, no, wait, hold on. How do you have advantage?
I have the Slumbering Scaled Ornament, which gives me resistance to
That's
fear
right.
and charmed.
Okay, cool. That's cool. I thought it was some sort of like Fey ancestry, but yeah, you're
No.
human again. Cool. In that case, then yeah, the protective draconic nature of that trinket you have shields your mind from this effect.
Yep.
Okay. The last might does nothing because it's Helia's go. Right. Helia.
Right. So I've still got my core lightning off.
You do?
I'll just
There's
use
two
it.
of them in the range of the spell.
Yeah. Meh. I'm angry. Don't. Okay.
I hear Jamie's voice.
He's backseat gaming.
I think
I see.
might be getting
Patsy Gaming. That's hysterical.
What? Let me have a look. Hello?
Uh,
3D10.
we all right then?
You're confusing me.
So you've got the lightning spell. Did you want to call it on one of these two creatures?
Yeah, it basically who's in front of me. So 3D10.
It is. You can just roll the 3d10, or
I'll just do
no,
that.
that's actually the best. Yeah. In
It's
fact,
simpler.
I see what Jamie's trying to say. Yeah. Oh
Um,
man. Okay, which one
yeah.
was you going?
I was going for the one in front of me and hitting Tanwen because I'm really angry because of the being bitten by the little mite. So, and
I
she's
need.
already raised a weapon to me as
You
well, so
see
that
it?
makes
Yeah.
me even more angry.
The moment that strike comes down, I think you're in range as well. It's gonna be great. Roll me a dex save as well, because if you're hitting this one, you're within 5 feet of the blast.
Freaking what? What? I'm not doing it on myself.
No, I know you aren't, but it's a 5 feet. Every creature within 5 feet of the strike. The mite's here, isn't it?
Hold. What? 5 feet.
Which you just have to tell me which point you're doing it on. If it's on the mite, then you need to roll the dex save as well.
It's centered on Tanwen.
Oh, it's on Tanwen. Wow, you're really
Yeah.
going for it. Okay, then in that case, Tanwen, make that dexterity save.
Very angry.
All right.
Good lord.
That angry?
You succeeded, but you still take 10 lightning, right?
Yeah.
So, ouch.
Okay.
That blood boiling hex on you, Helia, I'm going to say because you attacked Tanwin, it is dispersed and it goes away. Didn't even get to the charm point, but that was good. Nice.
Did the mite die? I don't see the mite
Oh,
anymore.
the mite was vaporized, yeah. As your eyes adjust from the flash, you look around you and all the enemies have been vaporized. You swear Helia was going for you, though. That wasn't centered on the mite. The bolt hit you directly in the head. And yeah, you're really annoyed at her. Go ahead and make your attacks.
Okay. I have to attack Helia?
Yeah,
Or
absolutely, yeah.
what the
Helia,
heck? That hurt like a son of a gun. What the heck are you doing? Solomon and Knox would never attack one of their team members. I will. I'll throw a dagger.
okay. Sure.
Yes.
I've never heard someone say yes for a 1 before. Well, there he goes.
So, because I attacked her, do I dissipate?
It does. The hex goes away as this dagger sort of clatters towards you. It looked more like a warning shot, but yeah, the hex is immediately dispersed, and you realize the
Amelia, I am so
the
sorry. I
betrayal.
am so sorry. I don't know what
Sorry,
came
my
over
bad.
me there for a minute. I am so sorry. I'm gonna walk over and pick up my dagger and again,
Do the
I
walk
am
of
so
shame.
sorry. Yeah, I am so sorry.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, I was very angry. I mean, you did have your weapon up to me. Very nice.
You still have a second attack, Tanwen, and
But you said that it dissipated and all the little critters are dead.
no, there's 2 more. You can see
Where?
them. You got one over here,
Top left.
and one
Okay.
one
Bottom
over here.
middle,
Whoops,
I think. Yeah, bottom middle.
and one here.
Okay. Move 5, 10, 30, 20, 30. Okay. I think that's as far as I can go. And dash counts as an action, right?
It is.
So since I had moved over to get my dagger and then moved into position, I think I've used all my turns then?
You can swap to another weapon as part of the attack, if you
I
wish.
would like to actually cast web if I'm close enough.
You can't cast a
5,
spell.
6, 7. Okay.
You can only use because you've already attacked once.
Okay. Then
You can continue an attack.
I will switch to my longbow.
Yep.
All right. So come here.
Make sure to target him, like double right click. Okay, that's a hit, and I think you've sniped him. That's an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, you
Max
sharpshooted that.
Oh wow, that was what you did. You more than killed him. He
Yeah,
shattered into
that was
tiny
max
pieces.
damage.
Yeah, that's scary. Now I know Tanwen's capable of 21 damage with a single attack. That's very
I'm
scary.
sorry. Wait. Sharpshooter's a spell, right?
No,
No,
And
it's not.
no, sharpshooter's a feat you took.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically,
Wow. But
Yeah.
that seems like you really were angry and pissed off. Just that's the most damage you've ever dealt. The shot fires forth, piercing into the creature, shattering it, and the arrow keeps going. The strength you pulled back that bowstring seems to have like shattered the stone when the arrow impacts it as well. It's like embedded into the stone.
Take
Okay.
that, you little bugger.
It's always the quiet ones who carry a grudge, eh? I've noticed this.
And finally, we're back to Xaxx.
I'm just gonna grumpily move here
Okay.
and sit down, and that's the end of my turn.
You're just gonna wait for it to die.
Just
Okay,
gonna wait for it to have its turn.
That's evil. All right, Tarquin.
I don't. It'll be
No.
it'll be done.
No, Tarquin is going to move down in front of this one. He's going to sit down in front of it and just watch it.
Okay.
He's just going to watch it get torn apart by the spirit guardian.
All right. And Rodolfo, you see this mite is about to be disintegrated by the spirit guardians.
I'm gonna blast it anyway because I don't want someone else getting the credit. Just
Amazing. Go for it.
let's hope this
Heal
works.
seal.
Ew.
Oh,
Brilliant.
nice.
Yeah, you got it just in time before the spirits
Yeah.
take it instead.
He gives a little elbow at our little eyebrow, sorry, at Tarquin to be like, useless, eh?
Oh,
I mean, you
that will
hit
end
something
combat.
for once.
You know what, man?
Because Tarquin still has the frustration bit.
He does, yeah, he still has the hate.
Hence why he was just staring at this thing in like slight annoyance, just waiting for it to die.
Xaxx, you should, move around the walls a little bit. See if you can't catch some more of these little irritants.
No, why don't you just shoot them? I'm gonna drop Spirit Guardians.
Because I only get one at a time. Think about it. Ugh, useless.
Budok, the little Corrid, pokes his head up out of the ground after all of this chaos has subsided. Did you get them all? I hear you're having some frustrations.
Killed a bunch of them. I killed like 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, I think.
Well, yeah, good job. Whew.
And they are quite frustrating. I will give.
I mean, was that all of them, or was there more?
Well, hard to say just how many of them were down here. They seem to appear more and more every night. Like, whenever we'd go to sleep, there'd be more tracks in the morning.
So we've addressed the symptom, not the cause, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Or what do you mean by that?
I mean, we just took care of a bunch of them, but whatever's causing the mites to show up, we haven't
Right.
really taken care of that.
Oh, I
So
see.
that's what we need to address before we can call this done.
Yeah, there's got to be a mommy or a daddy mite. So,
Me much.
big mite.
A mighty might.
Mighty.
I'm gonna do the tremors into the ground again and see if that does anything.
Okay. You do so, and nothing seems to be summoned from the tremors. You look around as well, near the other craggy kind of chambers. There doesn't seem to be any creatures crawling out of the walls or anything. A couple of the other corridors begin to sort of slowly descend down, asking, like, is it safe? Can we finally come back home?
I don't think so, and I'm gonna walk over and quietly talk to Rodolfo and Tarquin, uh, and so that the cords don't hear me. I hate to suggest this, but do you think we need to use the hut thing? Stay here ourselves, have some of the party members fall asleep, and see if that will attract more up here, or possibly attract the mom and dad, since there'll be a variety of critters.
I would love to get some mom and dad. I don't know if we have a way to get them specifically, but until we know why these things are being created and how, that seems like a good idea to me. We stay here.
I don't.
We use ourselves as bait, and
Yeah.
see what
Uh,
happens.
My concern is, and I don't know if Healy is damaged, but you and Tarquin and Xaxx are all damaged. Do we need to take a night outside and then
I'm
come back tomorrow? But
I'm mostly
you know,
fine.
okay. I'll trust your
But
assessment of your
it's up to
welfare.
the others how they think.
Maybe we get them in the hut and have them sleep first.
Mm. Yes, I think that what does everyone else think?
I mean,
Some fighting some more?
we could just. I mean, if we take a short break, that'll get me up probably
Mhm.
pretty fighting fit. We probably don't need to do the long one yet.
And
My.
I'd like to give you a good berry right now, and I'll give Zax a good berry in a minute. Rodolfo, do you want a good berry?
I'm all right. You keep them for later. We'll need them
Okay.
later, probably. Yeah.
Well, then I'll give one to Tarquin, and I'll go over and give one to Zax. So y'all can each have a good berry. And let me take that out of my inventory.
Okay, so you're planning on taking a short rest, is that right?
That's the plan.
Plus, they
mean,
each get a good berry,
I'll have a
so
good berry, I guess.
that's
I
fine.
mean, if you need the spell slots there, but I could use some charges of my healer bee on both of you, if that works better.
Well, a short rest is only an hour, so for me it's mostly just the HP, but I will also get my key points back.
It's entirely up to you guys, really.
Each of the good berries gives you at least 1 hit point back. So I've
Yeah.
got 5 left for today, before I need to cast a spell again.
Feel free to spend some hit dice.
Yeah, we'll do
Yeah.
the short.
Your short rest does go off without a hitch.
I'm gonna while the others are sort of short resting over here. Oops, I'm on the wrong
Yep.
thing. I'm just gonna move over into like this corner area by myself and do my short rest alone.
Okay.
On a short rest alone, yeah. Here.
That ought to do.
Alone.
Yeah, I'll do one more.
Oh my god.
All right, everyone kind of patches back up. A couple of the Corrids, they seem to gain enough confidence to start moving back into their homes. Even though, despite you telling them there might still be something creating them, they kind of protest and say, "Well, it's our home. We can't be denied it. If dangers come, we'll be ready."
Budok,
Uh,
Budok, we can't guarantee your people's safety if they stay. We can hunt them tonight. If they can just take one night away from this. I know it's their
but
homes.
I think them being here is either going to be the best thing or the worst thing. Because
Right. Well, I mean, we're extraordinarily intelligent beings, and we still responded to the mind games of those beings.
I mean, the other thing too is we don't want to spread out the bait too far. We want to have everybody coming
Yeah.
in only one place. If everybody is attacked, that doesn't help at all.
I totally agree with Rodolfo, and we can't trust that they're always going to be our allies if they're down here. Budok, you need to take your people out of here for the night, or
Roll
we
a
just walk
persuasion check.
away.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll a persuasion check, Tanwen.
Oh, okay.
And I guess if is Tarquin kind of helping in this regard? I don't know
No.
what you're siding on.
Tarquin is of the opinion that they should be allowed to do what they want because it's either going to attract more of them by having more people here.
Yeah.
These people are actually the cause of it in some weird way due to some sort of dream infection. Because he's still sort of convinced they're somewhat like the boggles and stuff, and they're like a manifestation of that emotion. Because the boggles could give you that sadness, the mean lots could give you that fear. So,
all right. So you do your best to put this. You do your best to put your case to Burdock, and he turns around, strokes his beard, and says, "Well, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. You've heard the adventurer's advice, everyone. It seems like the source of this could be coming from emotion, but I don't know what will cause you more of frustration, being barred from your own home or having to stay out. I don't know, staying down here, fighting these things.
what?
You're welcome to do either. I'm not going to stop you. And out of all the Corrids, I'll say like about 2 of them do decide to stay outside.
Yeah.
They
If
say, "Well,
any
if
of you attack us, we're going to defend ourselves, and that may be terminal for you. So as long as you accept that if you succumb to those mind features or mind manipulations and you attack, will defend.
Think we'll take our chances.
Right. For those who are staying down here,
Mm-hmm.
I would recommend that you, as much as it is a restriction on you, and I understand that's not necessarily what you want, I would refrain from doing things that you feel are going to cause you frustration. If anything, considering we have just defeated a bunch of them and you're coming back home, perhaps this is a time where you can, I don't know what you like to do, have a few drinks, have a little bit of a almost like a bit of fun, you know, keep the spirits up and the frustrations at bay.
Right.
I mean, maybe not too much drinking, but
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever, you know, you find fun, have a...
Well, the Flint clan is an industrious lot. We enjoy making tools and working with our hands. So
Okay, yeah, what... make some stuff.
yeah.
That could be interesting. And if I... He thinks for a moment. Is there anything that I would... He's trying to think if there's anything that he would request personally. Could you, and feel free to ignore this as an idea, I'm just making a suggestion. As you're quite the industrious line, you like making things. Can you like make statues and things?
That's mostly the Marble clan.
Ah, so you're
That's-
more tools and things like.
We can make a practical statue. We can't say that it'll be a work of art.
Actually, you work with flint mostly, right?
Right.
Could you? I think it would be kind of cool. Could you make me like a flint dagger?
Can do.
As like a memory of our time here, you know?
Yes, I think you're deserving of that at least.
Yeah. Some flint
All right.
arrowheads for for Tanwen, perhaps.
Sure.
I have no idea for Xaxx. A flint pot and pan. I don't know if you can make a pot and pan out of flint.
Maybe flint stove.
Or
Yeah.
a flint kitchen knife.
Maybe some some cutlery or something. So we don't have that.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
But you know, just do whatever
Oh,
seems right.
You know what we need? We need like a serving utensils, a serving spoon or like a spatula. That would be good.
Yes. Flint spoon.
Yeah, they can make those.
Yeah.
So sounds like to me then, are you staying down here for a while, or
We'll stay.
they're gonna take a couple hours to sort of make these?
Yeah, we've had our rest. These caves go deeper, but I feel I think the proper way to deal with this problem is going to be try to alleviate one of the frustrations they're having. And that will also benefit us with the other clans, so our probably best bet in order to get on the good side of a lot of these clans and help them and perhaps help ourselves is to go try to deal with the Briganox. But that's just one former rabbit's opinion.
I don't mind that. I mean, it was kind of on our list of things to do anyway, right?
Because as they said, whenever they're trying to fall asleep, that's when they start hearing the work of the Briganox. So that's obviously going to be causing anger, frustration. That's going to manifest in their dreams, etc.
Now we are pretty sure that the brigands are the creatures of the bitter end witch, right?
Yes, from what we've been told, they make stuff for her.
Okay, here's my question: if they are attacked, or their work is interrupted, will we attract her attention, and is that something we want to do?
Well, we've already sort of announced our presence with Xaxx's friend, and the attack on the lightning rod. The thing is, dealing with these, I want to see if there's a way to deal with these without fighting. It might come down to fighting in the end. Many things do, but from what they've been saying, it's only recently, since they started working for the Bitter End, that they have started becoming a nuisance. Before that, they were just part of this area, sort of thing. So they're as much native as anything, and have just been corrupted, much like the Herringon, for example. So there's a way to bring them onto side and turn their manufacture against the Bitter End, or maybe even just to get information on what they developed for her and how we can deal with it when we go there. Weaknesses, ways to overload or override, things like that.
I mean, that makes sense to me. I just, as long as we are not going into anything before we are ready, but yeah, I suppose you're right that she already knows we are here.
Yes, and by doing this, we're going to be helping the Flint clan further. We'll be helping, I think it was the Marble clan?
I don't think we would.
Because there was the clan that made all the statues, which we think were to try to scare people to stay into the caves so that the Briganox didn't come out, right? I can't remember which clan that was.
They were getting them. They were scaring them into leaving. Yeah. But they also scaring you by the looks.
Or tried, seemed to, but that. So our best bet, if we can, and also the Briganox seems to be a problem for all of the clans. So even if it doesn't unite them all immediately, at least gives us a good footing with them potentially.
Okay.
So that would be my vote. What about you, Xaxx? What do you think? You've been off by yourself.
I think I agree.
Okay. Tanwen, Helia?
I'm with the team.
Yeah, same. I'm with the team.
Also, Helia, I'm kind of impressed that you managed to conjure a lightning storm underground.
It's magic, bro.
I mean, yeah, but still, I mean, just making like a bolt of lightning strike down, I mean, I can do that with like my punch and stuff, but you literally made the storm clouds. I never thought I'd ever see clouds underground.
Pretty big cave.
Yeah, it is a pretty big cave, but still, I mean, have you ever seen a cloud down here before?
Yeah, I have, like 5 minutes ago. Or an hour ago, whatever it was.
Before that.
Only in my dream.
I've never been down here before that, so.
I mean, in any cave before then, Xaxx. It was modest.
100% of the times that I've been inside this cave, I've seen a cloud.
I have seen clouds down here in my dreams, but yeah.
Yeah.
Though, I just realised, Helia with cool lightning is potentially one of our most powerful assets in this area.
Thank you.
Because cool lightning is stronger when there's an actual storm.
Yes, it is.
On and there is a perpetual storm.
There is, yeah. It does do more damage.
Yeah.
Good idea that I had it prepared then.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a great spell, and for me, the frustration in this fight is just a reminder that my character, whose whole thing is lightning, can't learn it. Because Storm Clerics don't get it, and Storm Sorcerers don't get it, and Tempest Clerics don't get it. Because why would you give them access to that? You know, the whole...
What?
Yeah.
Don't worry. We'll,
yeah. Anyway, So, right, let's guess head towards the Briganux and see if we can deal with them.
Okay. All right. Cool. Perfect. Then in that case, take you back to the main map. And
If I say pretty please with sugar on top, can we have a 5-minute pee
yeah,
break?
let's
Yep.
do that. Yeah, we'll
Right.
take a break.
Thanks.
We'll be
Alright,
right back.
we shall be right back. 1, go.
And welcome back. All right. So, you're heading towards Briganock Mine. You've probably already got closer just from arriving at the Flint clan. So, trekking towards Briganock Mine isn't that far away. However, the Corrids, they refuse to go anywhere near Briganock Mine. They cannot stand them.
That's fair.
The sound of those hammering pickaxes, like nails on a chalkboard. Or flint board, I guess. But, yeah, be careful. They're tricksy. You might get lost in there. And as you approach, you can see there is actually a little bit of a forest surrounding the mine. But you've already navigated through many a forest quite easily. Looks like some of the trees here have also withered away. Some have been struck by lightning as well. And as you're getting closer, you can hear the sounds of hundreds of tiny pickaxes and hammers coming from the entrance, chipping away at stone. And it emanates from the mouth of the cave that has fingers of rock reaching skyward above it. And as you're approaching, coming round the mountain, you start to spot something at the entrance. Statues. Statues of irate, hairy creatures with cloven hooves are positioned so that they lean around trees, peer over boulders, and they're all staring balefully at the cave entrance.
Are these our goats again?
No, these.
They're the things that were lurking outside the cave, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But these.
Can you see the
based-
artwork?
Yeah, based on
Yeah.
the positioning, I'm guessing these are more of our statues to try to scare them into staying inside.
Doesn't seem to have worked, or did it?
Well,
No.
well, maybe it's kept them in their minds. At least we've not seen them above the surface. But unfortunately, because they're underground and this place is full of mountains, they can go anywhere.
Well, do we just head right in?
I mean, there's not really a front door to knock on. There's just like a cave. But it worked for me before, so if you guys sort of approach carefully, and I'm just gonna go straight forward and just call out at the front door and let them know that I've come to speak with them.
Okay. So
Okay.
Unless people have a disagreement with that plan.
No, I think you have the monarch should summon his enemies.
Right.
Be bold.
okay. So you get right up to close to the entrance, and you can hear the echoing of the pickaxes. It's almost mesmerizing just how many echoes you can hear coming up from there. Like it's constant pick and hammering. And you get to the front. What do you say?
Putting on his most regal voice. Greetings, Briganox. My name is Tarquin, and I'm here representing the organization known as the Carnival Cards. Am I able to come in and negotiate with your people?
The tapping noise stops. And you wait. And wait for a response. Nothing seems to... no sound resumes. And there's no call back to you.
Hello.
Just silence.
That seems fine.
Well, am I right to take your silence as an invitation to come in? I will take continued silence as a yes. Okay, seems like it's good.
I still don't hear anything.
Yep, that's kind of the point at the moment.
Okay.
So you turn back to the rest of your allies, and are you gesturing them to go
Yeah,
in?
and Tarquin's just gonna walk in.
Okay.
Probably light up his fist with fire just to give him. Actually, no, I've got the dark vision thing still. Actually, or has that worn off? I can't remember how long that lasts.
Good point, actually. How long does that last, Xaxx?
Which one?
Your dark
I
vision
might.
granting thing.
Oh, I think it's only like an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a short rest. Why don't I light a torch?
It lasts for 1 hour, so I can't do it again.
Can indeed light a torch if you like.
Okay. I'll go ahead and light a torch. Rodolfo, do you need a torch as well?
No, I have a moonlight monocle. I'm okay.
Okay.
But I will
So-
follow you up
Are
behind
we
you.
supposed to be casting dexterity saving throws?
No.
Okay.
That was the call lightning, I think.
That
I
was
might have hit.
testing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay then. So.
I'm wondering if that's why it didn't trigger because it was popping up for Tanwen.
Oh yeah, might have been. All right. So as you begin to head in, the mine is a twisting labyrinth of 8-foot high, 3-foot wide tunnels that corkscrew into the ground. So it's a little bit cramped. You're kind of having to go single file through here. But it seems
Did you
quite
drag
tall.
us onto the
Mhm.
map?
No,
Are we
I
on the
haven't.
map? Okay.
This is more theatre of the mind. Though, yeah, it seems quite tall, even though despite the descriptions of them being even smaller than corrids, it's an 8-foot high tunnel, which is interesting. And as you're going in, there is the sound of activity once again slowly picks up. You can hear at one at a time the hammering of picks somewhere deeper in, and then more seem to join the chorus, and more and more. And this hammering is just all around you. It's continuous. Though no sign of them. And after 10 minutes of navigating, I'm guessing you're still sticking together, unless anyone is splitting off. But there are labyrinth-like tunnels here that you could get lost in
I'm
and
just
branch off.
drag behind the group though.
Okay, drag
I'll stick
back.
with everybody, but I'll be at the back and behind by about 10 or 15 feet.
All right. So then, yeah, you are feeling a bit lost down here, not really sure where you're going. The torchlight begins to sort of sputter occasionally. I don't know how long a torch normally lasts, but towards like 8 minutes, they'll start to get dimmer and dimmer. And you've gone probably quite far down and underground, like subterranean levels. All the while, this hammering sound continues to just echo inside your minds, just almost chipping away at your sanity slightly. And again, no sign of these creatures.
Is the noise getting louder the further down we go?
It seems as though the noise is it's getting more discordant. Like the rattling of the hammers seems to just echo and echo and echo, like it's bouncing off bouncing off the inside of your skull.
Okay.
Just like a rhythmic racket of miners, just constant.
Are there any lights or any other noises like talking or anything at all?
No sign of talking, no. As for lights, you're not seeing any yet, but you've got your own light that's sort of providing enough vision for you.
Mhm.
And I need I'll have everyone roll a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, yikes.
Ooh. Let's go.
And
Oh no.
wait a second, Nox. Wait a second, Nox.
Crying on the inside.
You are an elf, are you not?
I am.
So let me just read your features. That's what I thought. Okay. So,
What?
I know you rolled a nat 1, but
This is called the
technically
sleep effect.
you are immune to this effect. The
Yay.
sound of these hammerings, and for everyone else, except you can see their footsteps getting more sluggish, like they're dragging their feet. Xaxx at the very back has fallen even further behind. He's still in sight, but like he's more than a few paces away from the rest of the group. As Rodolfo is still trying to find the source of this sound, you can see their eyes perhaps going half closed. Tanwen's probably leaning
I was
against the wall.
I know, I was going to ask before you called for the Constitution save if the hammering, I think, would be giving me a headache if I stopped up my ears, uh, um, with a little bit of melted wax from a candle or with some fabric. Would it help any at all? Because I would think I'd be getting a headache from all this.
It's probably yeah, like I say, like hammering away and chipping away at your
Mhm.
sanity for sure. It doesn't feel like your head is actually getting pain from it though. It feels like it's
Okay.
just sort of hammering away at your consciousness. And as you're coming up with that idea to perhaps find something in your bag to plug it, you obviously have to like place the bag down on the ground, kneel down as you're rummaging through it, and it's as you're on the floor here, resting your legs for a moment, is when it really hits you. The fatigue of having traveled all this way, and instead of rooting through your bag, that bag looks like a great pillow right about
Yeah, I
now.
was just about to say, oh, this looks like a wonderful pillow. And we have been moving and moving and moving and fighting and fighting and fighting. I
You know
wonder
what?
if
I
I could
think I
just
haven't had a coffee
close
or a
my
tea in like weeks, and then I think it's finally catching up to me. I
Coffee lot.
can't explain why else I would feel so tired.
Um, Rodolfo, your eyes fully close for a moment, and then they kind of like flutter, and then it feels like big weights on the end of your eyelids before you just can't take it anymore. You
Yeah.
go down to the ground and begin making yourself comfortable.
Rodolfo, I'll surely the longbow of warning will wake us up if
We
anything
can
approaches.
catch up to the others. Are not going so fast. It will be
Yeah.
faster when we rest.
Are
So
you Tarquin? Go on.
I'm gonna hold my longbow of warning and in one of my hands
Yeah,
so that I get the vibration and the sound.
gotcha. And I'm gonna say for Tarquin, the hammering almost goes into that, like I say, like a rhythm. Sounds like ticking in your head, which is a comforting sound. This the sound that your stopwatch would make, or your pocket watch, when it was wound back up. And so that ticking sort of merges with the rhythm of the hammering, and that ticking sound just it always puts you to sleep, makes you feel comfort, and you end up curling into a ball on the floor. And finally, Xaxx dragging your feet at the back. Probably go onto all fours before trying to catch up with the rest of your party.
I'm just gonna.
Just close my eyes for a minute.
I'm not sleeping. I'm just resting my eyes.
Just face first on the ground. Everyone is asleep. And Nox, you did roll on that one, but so you are probably feeling the same effects that everyone else is, but you're not being forced over the edge. You're able to keep your eyes awake.
Yeah.
It's just so like tiring. Everyone else is making you feel sleepy, but somehow you're keeping it together. Yeah. I chalk it up to maybe it's Helia, you know, it's the sun. Why is everyone sleeping? It's the sun is out, you know. But there you have it. The party have decided now's a great time for a long rest. But Xaxx didn't even set up his tiny hut, which is a bit odd. What do you want to do, Nox? You're the only one who can really act at this moment.
I'm not quite sure. Uh,
You still hear the hammering as well, like the
it's like
hammering,
dwarvish water
hammering.
torture, but it's like dwarvish hammer torture. That's like some.
Right. Yeah. Hammer torch, yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to look at and see if I've got anything that can kind of, I don't know, make all the guys like wake up. I wish I had some form of like DIY coffee and just like force feed it down throats to wake them up.
Huh.
But unfortunately not. I can still hear it, so
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find where it's coming from.
Okay. So you're going to go a little bit further, leaving
Yeah,
your party just where they are for the time being.
yeah,
Sure.
that'll be fine. They're having a nap.
Yeah. Okay, give me a perception check, and I'm going to say down here with it echoing off all the walls, it makes it difficult to pinpoint where it's coming from. So make it with disadvantage, as
How do I do the disadvantage?
it should be control, and then
Control.
click it. Yeah. If not, then just roll it again. Yeah, just click it again. That's fine. The echo causes you to walk into what looks like a dead end. You could swear you hear the sound from here, but looking around, the walls seem pretty all closed up. This can't be where they're coming from.
I guess I'll just go back to where the others are and see if we can see if they wake up first, really.
Okay. I'm gonna say it takes you probably about a good 5 minutes to go down, find this dead end, and come back. And by the time you come back, there is something you spot. Something with a little bit of light coming from it. Just a tiny, pulsing, almost kind of teal-colored light. It's not flickering like a candle or a torch would, but like just pulsing slightly. Almost kind of reminds you perhaps of the will-o'-wisps, but it's not bobbing up and down or floating. It just seems to be moving across the flat of the stone. And you can hear a tiny squeaking wheel as well. This, as your eyes adjust, you see what this light is pushing is a tiny wheelbarrow. And in that wheelbarrow, you can see ropes and pittons.
It's like the borrowers.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And sure enough, you can see as you come around the corner and you're about to see where the rest of your allies are, there is a few more of these lights and they are all hammering in pittance. Yeah,
Oh my god.
and your friends have been lashed to the ground with little hammers and ropes. They're all pinned.
What are you doing? What are you?
That's when the creature turns around and you see that the lights are actually on their backs, almost some sort of floating backpack almost of light. And as it turns around, you see its face, kind of this little white wispy beard, a snout that seems to be sniffing the air, and its eyebrows suddenly rise quite high to see you. And perhaps they didn't expect you to be still awake, because they seem very startled. And this is the creature you see before you. They are so small. They can't be more than a foot tall.
The gremlins. Oh my god! Get away from my friends!
One of them squeaks and starts to like panic and like, oh, quick! There's still one awake. We gotta get out of here, quick! Let's move.
Yeah, you better get out of here. Jeez.
Ah. You see, all of a sudden, it's the most bizarre thing witnessing this. In fact, I'm gonna have you roll just another perception check. This one would be flat.
Please be
To
good.
see what's really happening here.
Yeah.
Okay. You do see this. It's so bizarre, but they suddenly speed up, and a massive blur happens as you see them all instantly restraining every one of your allies in rope and hammer them. It happens like in the space of a second or so. But they finish up every last pitten and hammer it into the ground before suddenly rushing away. And you see the lights, like this trail, like a stream of light, which suddenly just pushes away and disappears down the tunnels.
Go for 5 minutes, and my friends get ambushed by little gremlins. The hell is this?
You were very, very fast, but it seemed like almost time sped up for a moment. Like that's what you witnessed with that 19 perception.
These things aren't normal. I guess I'm gonna try and undo the ropes and pittons on, like, I don't know, I'll start with Xaxx first and then work my way around everyone if I can.
Yes, you can. You can start to undo the ropes. That's not too difficult. So perhaps
Slap
as you're doing,
each of their faces to try and wake them up.
as you do this, there is a voice from behind you, and it's clearly one of these mousy-sounding creatures. They're like, "Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you."
Hi.
They're intruders. You're freeing the intruders, which makes you an accomplice.
They're my friends. I'm freeing my friends.
So you admit it. You're an intruder as well.
What of it? Bro.
What are you here for? What's your business with us?
We're just trying to
Who
figure
sent
out...
you here?
No one. We're just trying to, like, I don't know, find out what the hell is going on down here.
You ain't working with those Corrids, are you?
What are Corrids?
Roll a deception check.
It's
They
probably
seem to.
No.
You are. I can smell it on you. I can smell the flint and basalt, that sulphurous stench.
Are you saying I smell like rotten eggs? I will have you know, I shower in the finest of spring water when I can.
Sorry, that got me.
More lies. I know we shouldn't have trusted them.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Huh? What do?
They look at you for a moment. Well, there's only one of you. There's plenty more of us.
How many of you is there? Just asking for a friend?
Too many to count. There's as many of us down here as there are wish stones in the well.
How high can you count? That is the thing.
How many wishes are there in the world? Too many to count.
Jeez. This is not going my way. Ah, guys, wake up.
We can't hear you.
Of
You can
course,
shout at the top of your lungs if you like.
of course, I'm the one that your little tinkle tankle friggin' hammer song doesn't work on. Gosh darn
It
it.
makes you an elf, doesn't it? The
Yeah.
Corrids know no low. They're even working with elves.
What? Wait. That's offensive. Come on. What is wrong with elves?
Elves are, well, elves can be darklings, right? They're just like darkling. And Motherhorn is full of them.
I'm not a darkling. I'm an
No,
Eldrin. We
you're too
control the
bright.
weather, and
You're too bright
I'm
to be down
offended.
here.
I'm offended right now. Jeez.
You're offended. We're offended. You come in here. You lie to me. What do you really want? Hmm? And answer truthfully this time, or we'll throw you down the Rivenwish chasm.
We want to unite all of the clans. That is the God's honest truth.
So you're raising an army.
Pretty much to go against the Motherhorn.
The Motherhorn. You're gonna
Yeah.
what? Siege a castle?
Yeah.
Must be out of your mind. And
Yeah.
how am I supposed to trust anything you say now? You could still be lying. Roll me a persuasion check.
Come on, persuasion.
Oh, well
It's not
done.
too
Nice.
bad. Yay. I assure you, I'm not lying. What our group is trying to do is unite the clans. We're going to take down the Motherhorn.
The Motherhorn. The
Yeah,
Motherhorn is a place, but it's a
yeah,
castle.
we'll take down the castle. You know, burn it to the ground, smash it, and everyone inside. Violence.
Crave violence, I see. There's innocent people inside that castle. You'll be killing them too? Some say they never come out, so they must be inside.
Well,
But you might be doing some good if you
yeah,
kill all the Darklings and,
just weed out the
well,
bad guys. Smash the bad guys.
hmm.
I think you'd be into that. You've got your hammers and stuff. Smash. Whoop, whoop.
And what about Creeping Lynn? How do you suppose you're going to deal with her?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean,
Oh,
I
you'll be
can't really
crossing a
seek
bridge, all right.
I can't seek counsel with anyone but my inner self, which is like two other people, because you knocked out my friends. Dude, come on, just wake them up.
It's a safety measure.
Yeah, but how are we supposed to do anything when the good guys are asleep? We are the good guys. We're not purple.
It's yet to be seen. We're still trying to gauge whether you're really are a good guy. I think you're not making a good case for yourself when you mention you got multiple personalities. Now,
I'm an Eldrin.
how? All right, but how are we gonna trust you now if you've got different voices in your head? One could be telling you to kill us.
Trust me. I'm the one. Hi. I'm Helia, and I'm the one that would kill you. So I'm.
What?
You
You,
caught me on a
you
good
threatening
day.
us? You heard it, boys. They're gonna try and kill us.
I'm not. I swear. I'll keep the violence for the bad guys. We're the good guys.
Right. Well,
Like, if you just wake the others
I-
up, like, you can keep them, like, tied up if you want, but just, like, hear us all out, and then, like, we should be good buddies afterwards.
all right. So you want to defeat Creeping Lynn, but you're allied with the Corrids. This part isn't adding up for us. Why would you side with the evil Corrids if you want to try and take on Creeping Lynn?
Because we need all the clans together to have, like, a big, powerful kind of uprising against the bad guys. And the Corrids, they are just part of it. So,
The Corrids are a menace. They probably tricked you. They want you to unite their clans so they can probably siege our mine.
what did the Corrids do to you then? Because I'm
Didn't you see the statues when you walked in? They're trying to sabotage our mine. And they throw giant rocks at us from above. They're trying to cause cave-ins. We've already had a few.
Wow. Right. So, say if you woke up my buddies and
And
we.
they've been given their hair. Yeah, they kind of like snap their fingers. They're giving their hair to them. That's what they use, you know. Creeping Lynn. She uses that wire for her contraptions and her aura.
Hmm,
They're the ones responsible for helping her. They're in league.
you guys sound so paranoid. Right. Listen here. Hear me out. Right. If you wake up my buddies and we can sort of organize, like, you guys and them, and we kind of do, like, you talk out your problems, they talk out their problems, and we kind of make a truce, like a temporary truce, and try and get, like, the story between, like, them, like, giving their hair to the bad guys. Like, let's find out if that's 100% true or if it's just, rumors. We can settle this calmly, not like all violently. I mean, yeah. I won't get violent. That's not me. But yeah.
You
I,
want
I
us to come out of the safety of our mine and talk to these Corrids, eh?
well, if it makes you feel any better, once my friends are awake, I can tell them that we can provide protection for you against the Corrids if they do try and attack. We can kind of defend you and make sure that doesn't happen.
You swear it, eh?
Yeah, I swear it on.
A wish stone?
Yes, I wish to.
He begins to pull out something from his backpack, and there is this shining bright crystal that it glimmers with the hopes of the future. And he holds it up to you. And place your hand.
Okay. I'll just, like, reach my hand over and touch it.
There is a sort of a flash in your mind of possibilities. So they don't seem to be of your own. They seem to be of someone else, like memories of some distant place or person. And you swear you hear like a whisper, just a very quiet whisper, almost like to oneself, when perhaps in prayer or thought. And you hear like, I wish a sound sort of tapers off, and you don't quite hear the exact words, but you definitely hear the start, which says something like I wish, and then it sort of fades out. But it says, all right, if you swear it on this stone, I'll wake up your friends.
Yep, I swear.
All right. Okay, boys, wake him up. You see the stone sort of part, like literally just without a single sound. You're expecting like this whole wall to make a noise as it rumbles away, but it doesn't make a single sound. It just sort of pushes. There is some sort of silence over the area, you can tell, and that silence is dispelled when you see one of the little Briganogs jump up and seems to wave its hands in the air. After which, you start to see one by one your allies' eyes kind of fluttering open, and everyone is coming to. However, you are still restrained and pinned to the ground. Wakey, wakey! Eggs and bacon.
Ooh, is that like an offer?
We might have a ration or two.
I mean,
Your
I
friend
wouldn't
here is
turn it
vouching
down.
for you. Says you're the good
I
guy.
Yeah, we're the good guys, right?
So we're
pretty
the good
sure.
guys. Who are you?
Our goal is to help everyone that we can.
For better or worse.
Normally for the better.
Sometimes for the worse, though.
Well, it tracks that your sunny friend here is the only one that's still conscious. I guess, we're waking up like it's the dawn. But we
I
haven't
don't know what
seen the
that means.
sunlight in this place for a long time.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're hoping to fix.
Yeah.
Well, you won't be fixing it if you're working with the Corrids. They plan on backstabbing you, I
Okay.
assure you.
Alright.
Do I trust him? Do I believe that he's telling the truth or no?
You can roll an insight check.
I'll also
They're
roll that.
giving hair to Creepin' Lynn, as I've explained to your friend here.
Yeah, that is something that we need to
Oh wow, dice.
approach the cards about. We need to know
Well,
whether they're actually
the
like,
Correds, when we first met them, seemed quite stressed about their hair and that it was forcibly taken from them.
There is a seemingly sense of paranoia over these creatures, Xaxx, and you can tell that even now their body language is suggesting they're very wary of you, as they haven't even bothered to untie you yet. They're just seemingly trying to talk and gauge your disposition. For Tarquin, though, it seems like he, yeah, seems like he might be telling the truth.
Well, and if that okay, that's definitely something we need to keep in mind. And there is potentially one of the Corrid clans who might not be on the right side. But the
I
ones
heard there's been a sort of rebellion, a bit of infighting as well.
yes, we've seen a few of those. They seem to be, and we got afflicted ourselves briefly by these weird little purple sprite-like things that came out the walls that seem to make you frustrated and angry at each other. But I suspect they're some sort of subspecies of like Meanlock or Boggle, in that they're like a manifestation of like frustration or anger, like their frustrations of sadness and things. But so,
Yep.
as I
Your
said,
friend here, go on.
yeah, as I was saying, one of the clans may be an enemy because, from what we understand, they may have potentially stolen some fiery creature's eggs.
There you go. See, thieves.
But that's one clan. There are like 8 of them. But
I wouldn't trust a single one of them.
But we were told that you were, or some of your people, perhaps not you specifically, were making things for the bitter end.
What? Who told you that?
I admit it was one of the Correds, but again, this is their word versus your word. And I believe you. You seem very sincere to me. But I think this may be a somewhat of a misunderstanding between both groups. There might be bad people on both sides, not an entire... I can't imagine all of your people that ever existed would be on the same side. There's always going to be a few that disagree. Same with the Korred. And they've got several distinct clans who have distinct roles and distinct thoughts, so it's possible that one or two of them have gone over to the Creeping Lynn's side, as you said. But they seem to genuinely be in fear of her.
Well, they should be...
Seems that you are working for her.
Exactly.
Absolute nonsense.
They seem to think that with your mining and such, that you were manufacturing things, and that these lightning rods might be something to do with it, that you'd made or helped make or something, and you were helped provide machines or some sort of machinations of that variety for her.
Sounds like to me these Korreds are spreading deceit and stealing from others, breaking all kinds of rules.
True.
I can tell you now, our mining is part of who we are. We have work to do down here. Those wish stones aren't going to mine themselves.
But why are you mining for wish stones?
How do you think wishes come true?
True, but...
That's right. We do it. It's hard work. Thankless work.
Would Tarquin know that, like, wish stones are basically promises for the future, basically embodiments of wishes, I suppose, or desires for the future?
Sounds like what they're suggesting.
I mean, there is that, but then surely something like the orrery, which can see an unlimited futures, you know, I could see how that could be linked to wish stones. Perhaps it's powered by them.
What? No, that would be impossible. Wish stones are pure. They're a bright light in an otherwise dark and miserable realm. And if they were used for wrong, well, they might just crack. Or worse, turn corrupted.
That's what I'm worried about. Maybe they've been corrupted. We've seen the influence of these hags spread to the point where even something as pure as a unicorn was a threat from them.
Well, that's a disturbing thought. Creeping Lynn is probably capable of such dark things.
Yes. Okay. I feel, again, that we need to have some form... Actually, wait. We were asleep and you... What did you discuss?
Your friend...
Yeah, what did you discuss between each other?
Your friend Helia here suggested that you organize a meeting to talk it out, but we ain't gonna be lured out so easily. Not into the open. We're safe down here. We got our tunnels we can hide in. So if you want them to come to us, then fine. But we ain't taking a single step out there. You've seen them as well. They're waiting for us out there. Waiting to ambush us.
No, those...
They actually harmed you at all? They've just put the statues out, yes?
They've caused a number of cave-ins. Thankfully, we're pretty good at getting out of tight spots, but yeah, they've caused us a great deal of ruckus.
No, please go ahead, Tarquin.
Them coming down here would put them at your mercy to some extent. Would it instead be fair?
Mercy? What? What are we going to do against... We're not fighters.
If a couple of them came down here, you've got the numbers, you've got pickaxes, you know how to wield them, you could collapse tunnels, you could do anything you like to with your numbers, and you could put them to sleep, potentially, like you did us. I don't know if they're immune to that, but they do seem to sleep based on conversations. So, would you be willing not to leave your tunnels? I understand that, but to go to the entrance of your tunnels. They stay outside, you stay inside, and discuss from that point. So that way you've got the safety so you could retreat back down your tunnels quickly.
Okay.
And we'll also stand in the middle so they can't charge past us, you can't charge past us.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. Let me just check something a moment. I can't remember if this can be used on this. I can't remember which this can be used on, because this seems a good use of it, if anything. Where the heck is it? Draconic Disciple, Intimidation or Persuasion check. I am going to assume that'd be a failure because that's a really low roll, and I'm going to try to use Draconic Disciple.
Right.
Which, if this makes it a success, it uses the usage, otherwise it doesn't. That's better.
Excellent. Wow, that is miles and miles better. There's a sort of, I guess, moment or two where you're speaking and they're like, yeah, and they're sort of rolling their eyes. And then I guess, how does that draconic presence manifest?
So, I like to think it's perhaps he adjusts his posture a bit and takes on that more regal bearing as befitting of a monarch, and there's just something in the eyes as he's looking over them more than anything, like a sort of twinkle in the eye, like, you can trust me on this.
A twinkle that they are accustomed to. Your eyes look like wish stones for a second there. And I'm not sure why, but I feel like you've got pure intentions, just like that of a wish stone.
Well,
We will meet at the entrance, as agreed.
okay.
Here. And with that, he actually brings down a little axe and chops the rope that's restraining you.
Thank you. No, wait, not thank you. I appreciate you releasing me. And I appreciate your trust. I will not betray it. On my name as Tarquin, Witchlight Monarch.
One by one, they release the rest of the party. And they do it so quickly, it's almost like a blur, and they're snapping back to like the 30-foot distance that they're keeping from you as soon as you're free.
Okay, so before we head off to try to arrange these negotiations, I should probably get this greater understanding of yourself so I can understand your side a bit more. Other than mining for the wish stones, which I agree is something that needs to be done, it's an important thing. What do you do with the wish stones once you've mined them, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, whenever a mortal makes a wish, perhaps while blowing out candles on a birthday or tossing a coin down a well, an echo of that wish comes lodged in stone. A stone buried deep in the earth or the Feywild. And it's our job to seek out those wish stones, discarding the ones that contain wishes of ill intent, and keeping the ones that hold good.
And
We refine those wish stones into gems, and use those to decorate the architecture and crafts. Or we might trade them to other Fey for food and favors.
okay.
But
And
I can't imagine what a powerful Fey like Creepin' Lynn could use them for.
perhaps in help on binding an even greater fae.
They do have an essence of that of the future, and thus perhaps one could use them to scry,
That's
or
why.
maybe empower a supernatural charm.
That's why I was thinking that perhaps, maybe not. What was the orrery's proper name? It had like a longer
Ray
name.
of tragedies.
You said you discard the wish stones with evil intent, correct?
Aye, they're tossed down into the bottomless pit of the Riven Wish Chasm.
Okay. So it's unlikely that anyone could have somehow got them from there, so... Because an orrery that can see the future and sees and called something like the Orrery of Tragedies, if that was powered by corrupted wish stones, that would make a certain amount of sense. But how they would get them is another matter. Is this mine that you have here the only one of your mine in Yon, or of your people in Yon? Or is there more of your people in, like, other areas?
Oh, this is the main one. We stick together. It's safer that way. Briganock Mine is our home, too. Well, our home is much further down. Hidden. You can't come there.
Oh, no, I didn't want to. That's fine.
This is more like our workplace.
Woods...
And even if you wanted to come to our home, you could never find it.
Okay. I'm just trying to... So obviously you need to mine for the wish stones. Is there any way with your mining you could avoid the Kored's territory so your mining doesn't, as they've said, interrupt their sleep, for example? Like, could you go deeper underneath so they can't hear it, or etc.? I'm just trying to find where our middle ground is, if you understand.
We don't decide where the wish stones end up.
And if they're... What happens when a wish stone isn't mined? Because I would assume you can't manage to get them all.
It's lost or forgotten. Many wishes are forgotten.
I'm wondering... But you said they generally appear deep underground, right? They're not, for example, have any appeared in the henge, for example, or beneath the henge, like nearer the surface?
Not near the surface, no.
Because obviously they are cavern-dwelling creatures like yourselves, though they seem to be able to meld into certain stones and are themselves stonier than even the dwarves. What I'm trying... The difficulty here, of course, as I'm sure you can tell, is...
They don't like the sound of our hammer, and I heard.
Yeah.
We don't like the sound of boulders crashing down from above.
Oh, no, I completely understand that, but I'm just trying to... The difficulty isn't so much with what the problems are, it's how to find a happy medium so you two can coexist. You can continue going about safely, they can continue going about safely. And together as a group, both them and us, and yourselves, we can find a way to free Yon from this influence. Speaking of that, you spend a lot of time mining and such. In your mining thing, have you ever came across any... I mean, obviously you stay beneath the surface most of the time, or all the time, but have you ever came near any paratoms in, like, the mountains? Or is that too high up?
No, you can't say that I have. They're flying creatures, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You heard about them.
They make their nests at high altitudes, which is...
I think we're the furthest away from them than any other creature in Yon.
Yeah, that's what I suspected, but always worth asking, because if you don't ask, you don't know. So,
Oh, I don't have eggs and bacon after all, but I do have some cheese if you would like that. And then Xaxx, one of them kind of
Okay.
offers it to you. I got lettuce as
No,
well.
okay. Do
Crunchy
you have any
lettuce.
bread? Do you have any bread?
Bread? No.
Yeah.
Some
What
soft food,
do you mean by soft food?
like lettuce, cheese, and you know, soft,
hmm,
like apple sauce,
do, you,
salad greens.
do you have an apple?
I'll take the cheese.
Okay, yeah, you take some cheese. It is, it's kind of quite a mature cheddar,
Nice. Oh
like
well.
kind of stuff you would use to
Huh.
bait a trap for a mouse.
I mean, they
That
do
Oh.
say that the best cheddar is cave aged. It's an actual thing.
Yeah, this is actually not bad.
and I got some Swiss as well. Good like that.
I mean, that honestly, Swiss seems kind of appropriate because it's full of holes and you mine. I'm now imagining tiny little versions of you mining cheese, and it's quite adorable. Anyway,
Anyway, after you've finished your cheese, go get those cords.
yeah,
We'll be ready and waiting.
right. So I've kind of got an idea for what you do. What, as apart from the
Y-
supposed link to Creeping Lynn, is there anything, and throwing boulders, is there anything else the Correds do that, you know, annoys you, engages you, etc.? I'm trying to find what you
That
want.
about covers it. They got the hair they give to Creeping Lynn. They got the boulders that they throw at us when we're working, causing us to retreat. And then there's the lying, clearly lying to you, sending you down here to deal with us.
Hmm. Is I suppose
Now they said that that your mining operations were getting too close to their caves. What do you say to that accusation?
We gotta
That
get
is
those
why they
wish
throw
stones.
rocks, because they think you are coming too close.
We gotta get those wish stones. You know, like I don't.
Did you talk with them about coming close to your neighbor? I mean, as you would know as miners, that tunnels too close to each other can become dangerous, a risk of cave-in, collapsing the whole thing. They are right to be worried, I think.
Well,
Perhaps this is the time to negotiate, discuss things.
we're master miners. We wouldn't cause a cave in, at least, and not on purpose. The
Well, yes.
And besides, they're the ones causing the cave-ins. They're the ones making tunneling so treacherous.
hmm.
We tell them to stop throwing boulders, and then maybe we'll get in and get out, get the wish stones, and then you won't have any more mining.
Okay, that seems a
We'll move
reason.
along,
That seems
find another tunnel.
that seems a reasonable enough request to some extent. Um, so if you're not manufacturers making stuff. These gems that you use, have any of them ever made their way to Creeping Lynn or anything like that? Is there any chance of that?
They pause for a moment. They look at each other, look back at you. None of us have given any wish stones to Creeping Lynn, if that's what you're asking.
Have okay.
You can roll inside checks.
Yeah, that one I'm a bit. Hmm. That's better dice.
Okay. Yeah, they took a moment to pause. You could tell from them eyeing each other. There's something they're not saying. But you do believe them when they say that none of us have given gems, but it almost was too specific. Like,
In the same way that we say none of us, but we actually mean like somebody else.
exactly.
So
Almost, if I said it again, you'd hear it. You'd basically hear them say, "Well, none of us have given any gems to her."
yeah.
So they're vouching for themselves, but there's clearly more to be said.
So none of you have given wish stones or wish stone related objects to the Creeping Lynn, but someone you know has.
They seem to shuffle their feet for a moment. Another one seems to stroke their beard and like
No.
make it pointy. One of them scratches their ear. Well, the we're having some trouble of our own with Creeping Lynn, right?
Yeah.
Corrid's they're the ones in league with her, but Creeping Lynn, she kidnapped one of our kind.
And that one of your kind is potentially making stuff for them?
They kind of shrug for a moment. Likely,
Okay,
but
so
not of their own will.
yeah.
They're probably being forced to.
No, that is enough because that correlates with the Corred story that your kind, not necessarily you specifically here, are making stuff for them.
They took Golmo. Another one speaks up. Seems to have kind of
Is
like been holding it back, but like in an outburst, like they took Golmo, our best architect.
Oh, that's troublesome. Okay.
They probably toil in Motherhorn,
Right.
making new contraptions for the hack. And the other brigand looks like, shush.
Right. What? Hmm. Do you have a wish stone on you?
Aye, that I do.
Right. I, for myself and myself alone, will make an oath on this wish stone. I will swear that I will do everything within my power to get your friend
Golmo.
Golmo out of the hands of the Creeping Lynn.
I'm gonna psychically message to Tarquin as he's saying this, and just go. This is another promise of somebody else we're gonna bring back. We're getting kind of
This is
the list is getting long.
This is a promise for me. No one else. No one else has to be involved. And as I said, it is a promise that we will do everything in my power to do so to get them out of the hands of the Creeping Lynn. That doesn't mean necessarily I have to bring them back or even keep them alive. If, for example, they end up being a villain, we can deal with them, and I have not broken the oath because they would no longer be in the hands of Creeping Lynn. Unless you can bring back the dead.
I can.
Yeah, I know you can, but I don't know. She can, but yeah.
Okay.
But whether you wish to take that swear and have it on the wish stone, I will leave to your choice. But I will do what I can regardless.
I'm trusting
I'm
you.
gonna leave this one to you.
All right, I'm gonna trust you on the account that you're a monarch and all, Your Majesty.
Yep.
Your bond. Your word is your bond.
Exactly.
All right then.
Right. We will
In
go.
that case, yes, you better hurry up.
Yes. So, would it be fair to say 3 representatives from their side to meet 3 representatives from your side?
3 sounds like a good number.
Yes, right. Let's let's go deal with this, I suppose. Argantal should have some insight
Okay.
into the matters, and hopefully
All right.
this is the best way.
Okay, so for the sake of brevity, you guys are heading back, and you can make your way all the way to Argantal in probably the Flint clan. That's where you last left them off. And is there anything you want to discuss on the way back, or we good to go over to that?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then. So you return back to the Flint clan, and it's been a little while, of course, traveling to the Bergenok mine, sleeping for for a few minutes, and then coming back. I think during that time, let's see. Yeah, there's the two outside plus Argantul that have decided to stay out. They didn't go back in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say she's out here.
Yep.
And she sees you and says, "Ah, you're back. Are you ready to resume uniting the Korrid clans? We've got the
Well-
Obsidian next, and the
Before we get to that, we have been in discussion with your neighbours, the Briganock.
discussion. You
Yeah,
wasn't supposed to discuss anything. You're supposed to deal with them."
and we are dealing with them in a better way that is suitable for everyone. We have spoken with them and determined a certain amount of truth from them that we will.
Truth? You can't believe those little rats.
You can, when you can. You can. If you can trust me, at least, then trust them on this. It is not their entire kind that are responsible for the manufacturing at the Bitter End's homestead. They do make things which are sold, but it is one of their kind that was taken by the Bitter End that is making these things.
Mm.
They are terrified of you. Your throwing of boulders has caused collapses in their minds, etc. And what they are doing is mining for
Good.
wish stones, which is a noble pursuit and one which needs to be done so those wishes are not lost. Now, I
It's a
realize
good
that
thing we're collapsing those tunnels. They're the ones trying to create a network, or they're mining for something for
they
better
are
end.
convinced that you are working for the Bitter End.
You can't believe that. That's
But-
sure you
well,
can't believe that. Trust me.
I don't believe that you or the ones we've met would do that. However,
Yeah.
if the obsidian, as we suspect, stole from those fire elemental creatures for some reason, then that would put them as a suspicious kind, for they put some of your other clans at risk.
The Obsidian clan is one of the most honorable clans I know. They kind of stolen, but
We're not
I guess.
we're not sure on this, which is why we need to investigate. But the Briganock are willing to meet you at the entrance. You don't have to go in; they won't come out. To negotiate some form of truce between the two sides, so that you can both cohabit peacefully, and then potentially we can use both their tunnels and your power, whatever, in the fight against the Creeping Lyn, or the Bitter End, or whatever you want to call her.
You want me to go talk to them?
Yes. We will, of course, be with you as well. We will stand in between to make sure that no foul play takes place. But
She raises an eyebrow. Let me discuss this with my fellow clan
yes.
leaders.
And
Let's see if this is an appropriate action.
And one last thing, it has been agreed that you can have 3 representatives from your clan attend and 3 of theirs will attend.
Perfect. Yana, Jagu, Huddle. And they seem to create a little stone dome around them. And they begin talking amongst themselves in a little private sanctum for a few moments. And after which you see the dome sort of collapse back into the stone. They look back up and you see Argantal nod. All right. Seems like we've agreed.
Okay. You've agreed
We'll go
to...
meet those Briganox.
Yes. Should there be violence from either side, we will deal with the violent ones.
See Jagu is like chalking up their hands. Like a fighter would in a pit.
Yeah. Tarquin just sort of looks at them and seems to chalk up his hands, but they pulse with one pulse with lightning, one with fire as he does so. Almost like...
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yana rests a great club on their shoulders.
Yeah.
And you guys begin to head back.
Yeah.
All right. Then they stand nearby their statues. They look at them. Oh, the Marble Clan did a good job with these. Not bad.
They did.
All right. Well, you want to call them out from their little
Right.
hole?
Alright, Briganox, we have brought the leader of the Correds and 2 representatives from their tribe. Ignore the others, those are just statues. They're very good statues, but they are statues we've kept. We are
You
here
hear
to
him.
negotiate. And as
You hear him call out from the tunnel. Prove their statues. It looks like there's way more of you out there than 3.
Are we allowed to push a statue over to prove that it's a statue?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
asking.
Oh, the Queen.
Yes, Argantal or
Oh,
Argantal?
Gantul, yeah. All
I'm
right.
asking Argantal.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need my permission. That would be the Marble Clan's work, but I mean, as you'll have to get permission from Azil.
Right, Tarquin is just going to walk along each of them and just punch them in the face. Each of the statues. And just be like,
All
that
right.
proof enough?
You hear him like whispering. They didn't flinch very much. Well, they're made of stone, aren't they? They could probably take a good punch.
If these statues somehow come to life and attack you, I will personally throw myself off that cliff.
That's pretty extreme.
If the statues come alive and attack you, I will stop Tarquin from throwing himself off a cliff because he is my monarch and I am the bodyguard. And instead, we will stand between you and the statues and defend you.
Tarquin just sort of leans over and it's just like, I mean, I could technically survive that, but sure. It's fine.
You're being a teenage male. Stop it.
I mean, I am.
Everything needs you to throw yourself off a cliff to prove yourself right.
I mean, I can... whatever. Right, are you
I
ready?
got it. I figured it out. If they truly are stone, have your queen merge into it. We know you cards can do that.
That's a good one. Yep. Can you do that, Queen, for me?
I'll do it, but not because you asked, but just so we can get on with this. All right, fine. She does go over to it and begins to merge with it, walks straight through and out the other side of each statue. There. You happy now?
That was really
Mhm.
cool. I've only heard of that effect before, but to see it up close was really interesting. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, it's like swimming in water.
Hmm.
Now, the Brigannocs do poke their little heads out. You see their lights, their pale teal kind of lights
Yeah.
bobbing up and down behind them, and
Fantastic.
you hear the Brigannocs immediately erupt into what's the word discriminatory sort of speech, saying, "Ah, see, it's true. Those the little creatures have their souls sucked out of their body. They might as well be zombies or undead. Undead. That's
Right.
what you are."
Right. None of that. As the representative of the Carnival cards and speaking for the Carnival cards, we are here to see fair play from both sides in this discussion. There is no need for discriminatory language, there is no need for violence, and the first person from either side to turn violent will suffer for it. Now,
Undead don't belong in the Feywild. You should know that. Should be a place of life. We're not undead. How dare you?
and stone coming to life is surely a greater sign of life than anything else. It is a symbol of how much life there is there, where the very stone itself can come to life.
Our souls live outside our body, manifesting as a bulb. It floats along and helps us see in the dark, but I wouldn't expect you to know anything about that. Your brain is just full of pebbles. You're as dense as a rock.
I think
Uh,
perhaps we can agree that there should be no personal insults.
Yes. No personal insults, no racial insults. This is a discussion. You can have all of these debates later, but for now, the topic at hand is peace between your two people so that we can unite to deal with the creeping Lynn, the bitter end, whatever you want to call her, the third hag, the eldest hag, the current ruler of Yon. Give them another name and they probably have one at this point. But anyway.
Gargantel says, I'm the only queen here, and I would like peace. Yes, peace when we're trying to sleep too.
Excellent. Right. And
We know you
that's
Brigannocs are doing it on purpose.
the
You
Briganock.
have spells. You have spells that can silence an area. We've seen you do it before. Why didn't you do it when you're mining, huh? You hear the Brigannocs kind of snickering to themselves. I knew it'd be making you mad.
Okay, well, that is, I think, a good place to start. That is a fair complaint. So, the babushkas, you have been, you know, you can silence your mining. Why have you not done this? Why did you stop doing that?
Because we know it annoys them, and they're the ones working for Creepin' Lynn.
And
So how is that
now
a
that
bad thing?
let us establish perhaps first that both the stone peoples and the miners all want to get rid of the hag, whatever you call her. We none of us is on her side. Can we agree? Is there anybody here who wants to support the hag?
Well, I got a question.
Hmm?
If you don't work for her, why are you giving her her hair for her contraptions?
That is a question we'll pass to the Queen Argentile.
Why don't give them anything? They steal it. You should know she's got shadowy minions that work for her, and they snip it off with her shears, her scissors.
Okay, question answered. It is not given, it is stolen.
And now
Anything
I've got
else?
a question for you. Yes. Oops.
Oh.
You and your tunnels. You're not just mining for wish stones. That's a lie. We know you're building tunnels into Motherhorn. We've seen
Oh,
them. You've created a network for Creeping Lynn to invade the rest of Yon. What say you? The Briganox look at each other. They turn to one another and whisper, and then they turn back and say, "We don't know anything about Now Tunnel." Gantel just rolls her eyes. No,
I
if they're not gonna
didn't want to
tell,
have to do this, but I'm gonna have to drop one of these on everybody just to make sure we're all together.
zone of truth. If they're not gonna say if they're not gonna say the truth, we're done here. But yeah, Xaxx, as you self cast the spell, I guess charisma saves for them, which they will fail anyway, regardless. It takes them a moment. Nope, no tunnel. Is 12 a fail?
12 is a fail, yeah.
Well, there is one tunnel.
Now, is that tunnel for Creeping Lynn's purpose, or to take something back from Creeping Lynn?
We were trying to keep it a secret, so that the Corrids didn't give her the heads up. But I guess that's out of the bag.
Well, they're aware.
We're making a tunnel, but it's to invade them. We're gonna get back Gulmo, and we're gonna use our secret tunnel to get into the basement of the castle. But I guess that's not gonna be much of a secret now with these loud Corrids. They're gonna be
How do you
telling her the
know
first
that?
chance they get.
How do you know that she hasn't detected this? I mean, the Corrids could even hear you mining. Y'all are not quiet miners.
We are when we wanna be.
Okay.
We can silence an area for mining, and they're like, "See, they admit it. Silence the mining." Ah! And they stomp their feet.
Could we perhaps, as a first step towards peace from your sides, Briganox, agree that when you are mining near Corrid's territory, you silence your mining so as not to disturb them?
Oh. So long as they stop throwing boulders and causing cave-ins and collapses.
I look to them. Is that something that can be agreed upon if they agree to silence their mining?
We only threw those because you wouldn't shut up. But suppose we wouldn't need to if we don't hear anything.
Okay, great.
Imagine you getting woke up in the middle of the night.
Okay, so that
You'd be in a mood. You'd be grumpy.
So agreement number 1 then, the Brendan routes will stop mining loudly, and then the stone people will stop throwing rocks.
They look at each other for a moment, a little bit stubborn. You can tell they're stony demeanor. They don't want to budge, but they both kind of nod at the same time. Eventually,
Yeah.
fine.
Right, and to establish this as a proper agreement, do we wish to make this a binding agreement?
You're saying wish?
Mm-hmm.
That I can do.
I can cast ceremony on people.
What? I ain't getting married to no Corrid. Are you out of your mind?
No, but we could, in order to make this more than just words. I realize in the Feywild, words are important and should be held as truth, but with such distrust between your two people, perhaps making it binding via one of your wish stones would be appropriate in this case.
Or I can marry you.
Would that be acceptable to you, Queen Argantel?
Argantel. They kind of look at each other. Let's see that wish stone of yours. Want to make sure it's a real wish stone. And the Briganox do produce it. No funny business. And they pass it to the nearest
Yep.
person to them on this side.
We will show it to Queen
Uh,
Argantor.
and they're like, I'll go up to Rodolfo and hand it to them, and then to give it to the other side.
I pretend to look at it, even though I have no idea how to tell wish stone from a fake wish stone. But I, pretend to examine it and pass it along to the next person.
Yeah, okay. You are able to also detect magic on it as well at the same time, and you can see an abundance of sort of swirling radiant energy inside the stones. They kind of burns you a little bit for only you would notice this kind of sensation in the palm of your hand. The rest of your allies
Do I have
don't.
any way of telling if it's corrupt at all? Like, would it, if there's a malignant energy, would that show in any way that I would recognize?
Yeah, you would imagine that to be sort of a different color. This is sort of a radiant energy, and you can see it's as bright as it is pure. There's a sense of good intent in the wish. You can hear that slight whisper and a flash of an image. Some sort of wish for uh, a wish for someone to get better. You can see like a bed and someone suffering from an illness, and there's clearly a wish for them to recover. But then
Okay.
again, yeah,
Yeah.
who's to say? This is a strange object. It does burn in the palm of your hand for a little too long as you pass it over to the Corrids. And
So, well, I don't know the exact nature, but even an amateur such as myself can tell that this is only the most benevolent of wishes. There is nothing corrupt or selfish at all.
the Corrids, they get a long wispy braid of their hair to sort of animate and begin to sort of reach out and grabs it. All right. And we're wishing on what? We promise to not throw any more boulders at the mine. As long as you silence your mining. Agreed. Yes. They place their hand on it as well. Yeah, use your hands, not your hair. And they go, fine, fine. Here, take it back.
We shall hand it back.
And you need to add to that promise that if they're accused, if either of you accuse the other, you have the right to investigate. So if a boulder falls down in the storm and Argantel tells you it's not her people, you cannot assume she's lying. You have to investigate and find out where the boulder really came from.
All right. We
And,
promise to do such.
and if they hear mining, they're not to immediately assume it's you, but to investigate to see who's making the noise. Because the hag may try to play you against each other.
Okay. We'll make sure it's not darklings or
Right.
goblins.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And they seem to both swear on it and promise, and a little flare of light does emanate from the gem as it's passed back and forth. And right, what's next?
Right, so we've discussed that. Right, now, I suppose, so that should be enough to prevent any issues between your two people. The next issue at hand is one that affects both sides and us, which is, of course, the creeping Lynn.
The as this sorry, I was just mentioning as the formation of this pact or agreement is formed, you do actually see the skies clear out a little bit around you for the first time as a sort of ray of light that just shines and pierces through the dark patches to kind of shine on the actual stone itself. And yeah, there's a light that sort of stings both the Briganox and the Korred's eyes. They haven't seen natural light for a long, long time.
It seems this act on the Wishstone has made the future that little bit brighter.
Well said.
As
Right.
should all wishes.
And
Right.
everyone's wish is to get rid of Creepin' Lynn.
Exactly.
So how exactly do you propose on
Well,
moving ahead?
so,
Our tunnel's nearly finished.
yes. So, we have a few things that we're aware of. Apparently she has quite a sizable force at her beck and call. So,
I.e. the Darklands.
which is our original reason for trying to do this, is so that we can get in and do what we need to do in order to disrupt and potentially sow some discord between her and her sisters, even more so, and find out information in order to lead to the final goal of not just ridding Yon of the Hourglass Coven, but all three realms of Prismir.
That's a big wish.
It is, but one which I hope to make come true.
That'd be like a boulder of a wish stone.
Is there such a thing? I didn't know if they came in different sizes.
No, they can be different shapes and sizes. Yeah.
So the few things I know about this land is these lightning rods that are about. These seem to be sending power from the lightning to Motherhorn in order to do whatever is needed. Do we feel, and I will take insight from anyone because I'm not sure on this, that using perhaps the strength of the Korreds with their boulder throwing in a specific fashion, not to disrupt your minds, but to do this, do we feel it would be a big enough disruption and cause enough of an issue if we were to take them down? Or at least launch some sort of assault on them to potentially draw attention?
You asking us?
Yes.
You do what you like with those things.
I mean, you've been in this land longer than we have, and this would be something that would require the strength of the Korred people and their numbers in order to bring down. So it would be whether they are willing to do it, and if they believe themselves capable of doing it.
It might be quite tricky. There's a lot of them, and I feel, as you said, they might be lured out. And if that's the case, we're not at our full strength yet. But
yeah, but this would be
I
once
feel...
we've united the clan.
Okay, united, yes. We could even send one clan to go deal with each beacon and strike them all at the same time. Then they wouldn't be able to send their army to one place. Theirs would be divided as well.
That would be... And Briganox, you've got tunnels all over the place, including towards Motherhorn, correct?
Right? Yeah, we do.
Do you have any tunnels that go near the lightning rods?
There's usually quite a big canyon that leads to them, but we could get underneath.
While Tarquin's negotiating with him, I'm gonna walk over to Xaxx and ask Xaxx to send a message to Tarquin and basically say to Tarquin, are we certain we're not gonna get a blowback if we suddenly shut these things down are we sure that we're not going to cause explosions or something else when the wherever the energy's going? So if Xaxx can send that to Tarquin, I'm just worried that we will unintentionally um set off a protective mechanism or you know, that these things shunt away excess energy and suddenly the shunts aren't working. I'm worried if we plug these holes, the volcano's gonna blow. That would be the closest analogy I have.
Oh, so
Do
you're whispering this into Xaxx's ear.
do the Corvids or the Bannocs have any idea how they work, how the channeling is done?
Right.
In,
And I'm whispering this to Xaxx just to get Tarquin's attention.
mm,
And, you know, I'm not trying
I'll
to interrupt,
psychically.
and don't want to, I don't want to, undermine my monarch's authority, but I am worried that we don't know what will happen if we destroy those.
Yes.
Sorry,
I'll
go on, Jack.
psychically. I'll pass on the message psychically to Tarquin.
What I think might be best is if we can mount an assault on them, but not actually. I'm trying to think. There would. Can your people signal each other over long distances, Your Majesty?
A signal.
Like if one of you was at one of them.
Not really. No, we don't have any way of long distance communication.
What about yourself, Gregonox? Do you have any way to like transmit like a message between you over a long distance?
Afraid not. No,
Okay.
don't have any flares either. Or
Okay.
a flare would be good though. We had something like big and fiery in the sky, maybe. But and I mean, let's think. Oh God, somebody keeps talking to me. The
Oh, I
I'm
think
gonna
that's
roll an intelligence check.
that's me by accident. I think I pressed something that targeted everybody.
That's okay. 15. Yana of the Basalt clan does speak up there and says, we could use the beacons.
Ah, excellent. That could.
She points over yonder. There is those big flumes. There's a light that you can see from all the way back here.
Okay. That.
Maybe we could light one of those or light a
Yes.
sequence of them.
Yeah, we need to. Essentially, we need to be able to synchronize our attack, as it were. So having some way to signal would be good, and also potentially to signal whether to fake the assault or make the actual assault on them.
I was just going to say as well, as you look over to the beacons, the one that was lit before, previously, is no longer lit, and instead a different one is lit. Probably like the one third along now. So only one seems to be lit at a time.
Okay, that's
for whatever reason, you're not sure, but that is
Maybe it's a timing
that is
thing.
the case.
interesting. Right. I'm trying to think of this in terms of the best way to use everyone's skills, because obviously us as a group, we are going to want to go into Motherhorn whilst this distraction is occurring. The brig.
You can use our tunnel if you like.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. The tunnel would be the ideal way once attention is drawn, but I'm thinking.
Brig is still digging it, but I'm sure Trig will be finished by the time your friends are all united there.
Exactly. Would you be able to offer your support to the Corred by potentially, if you can get tunnels underneath these, potentially have them set up so that you could collapse said tunnels under the Darklings to like trap them, or perhaps just set up tunnels that the Corage know where to throw their boulders to collapse.
Quite an ingenious idea. We could do something like that. It's not out of the realms of possibility.
Okay.
I'm sure we could make something like that work.
Okay, so that would divide their forces. So I'll be upfront. When we ran into the first of these beacons and we attacked it, it did discharge. So you probably want to.
Yeah, we'll throw a boulder from a distance.
Yeah, that's probably.
We're pretty good. Actually, you know who would be great at that? They all look to each other and grin, and they smile. The Granite Clan, they all say together. The Granite Clan are the best throwers out of all the Corrids.
Excellent. So if we, rather than having one clan go to each, what if we had at least maybe still have it as one clan go to each, but a couple of strong representatives from the Granite Clan go to each, so that they can do the boulder tossing.
Yes. Okay. We got a plan.
Right. Okay, so that deals with that. That deals with that. So that's a good distraction. Other than yourselves as the two and the Darklings, are there any other? You mentioned goblins.
Yeah. There are goblins in these lands. Goblins all over Presmere.
Are they going to be a potential problem in this? Will they interfere? Or?
Goblins are never just on one side. There's all kinds of goblins, you see. There's varied as elves. Not many people know. But there's as many tribes and offshoots as goblins as there are elves.
That I didn't know. Interesting. Okay.
I suppose what my colleague is asking is the tribes that are around here, are they associated with anyone? Do they have alliances? You know, what will they think of all this?
That's what I mean. They might be varying in their opinions. Some might be, some might not be.
The individuals, not just the clans. I see.
Yeah, you can't put an umbrella over all goblins, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Is there a leader of the goblins? These groups?
That's a good point. Never really thought about a king goblin. Or normally they have bosses amongst their clans. They're quite tribal. Nothing comes to mind though.
Tribal
no big
and a
name.
goblin and royalty. I mean, in my mind, I have a feeling that they would have to be one hell of a dancer. I don't know why.
And no big names come to mind about which one's in charge.
Okay.
You got like the Lava Step tribe, you got the Tar Fire, you got the Boggle Shenanigans. There's a bunch of different types, but Tuk Tuk.
Okay,
yep.
So other than your two peoples and the goblins that are dotted around and could be on either side, are there any other major players in Yon that we might need to worry about?
Maybe a long time ago, but no powerful Fey beings have been in charge here. The Peritons, they're a nasty gang of flying beasties,
we
but
need to find their nest at some point.
Big players. I mean, you never know who you'll find wandering the desolate landscape of Yon.
I was just wondering if there were any additional factions we might have to worry about, like if we were in Hither, we'd know about the Orengon bandits, for example.
I've spotted a giant or two, but
no organized groups, like no
no.
political organizations.
What kind of giant?
I'm gonna roll a perception check for them. See if they know. Or spotted it. Big.
Okay.
You don't say.
The big kind.
So, I mean, around here, I probably wouldn't expect hill giants. Fire giants seems unlikely. Cloud giants would be oddly appropriate. Storm giants. Huh. Because giants are, from stories I've been told, they're an interesting lot. Some of them are absolute. You probably don't want to deal with them, like the hill giants. I've heard that they're just gluttons But then you've got.
Not much food on, but
Then you've got the likes of the cloud giants who are supposed to be quite lofty in their ideals.
not sure how much Tarquin knows about all the cultures of giants.
That's why he's just giving like this vague thing that he's heard from story, like cloud giants. He literally said they're quite lofty, and that's because they're called cloud giants. Because clouds would be aloft. But yeah. Okay, interesting. Well, if we run into any giants, maybe they might be of help, maybe they'll be a hindrance, but either way, I don't think we're going to necessarily have to worry about them until then. Okay, so if you, Briganox, can finish your tunnel, we can use that in order to get there. We will, whilst you're doing that, we'll go do our best to unite the remainder of the tribes. If we can find those lost eggs and maybe find the thieves, then perhaps we can get those fiery people to help us in some way. Because they did say they'd give us something if we did it properly.
They did. Salamanders did. Promise that.
So
and Yana speaks up again. And we want to check out the beacon, see if we can use them as a signal, like.
Yeah, so if you can, I suppose I might as well ask the question, Brokenox, do you have any tunnels that currently go towards the beacons that could get like someone close so they could check it out without being necessarily seen heading that way?
Without being seen. Well, there is a canyon that'll keep you from being spotted.
Okay. Queen Argental, could you send maybe some of your people to check out the beacons, see if it's possible to use them? Whilst we continue trying to unite the remainder of the tribes?
Yes, I can see about that. She seems a little bit apprehensive. Yeah, I can go.
I mean, you don't need to go yourself, but if you could get someone to go that way who's willing to do so, it would be... I mean, Yanni, it was your idea. I don't know if you want to check them out.
Give me a persuasion check and see if convince them to go do this.
I like how Tarquin just taking control of 2 entire tribes of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just been sitting back doing nothing.
Not great.
They.
If not,
it's quite far out from our tribes or from our clan's territory, but I'd feel much safer once all of us are together.
Right. In which
don't
case...
split the party, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your honesty. I was just trying to, try to get as much done at once. What we'll probably do then is if we can unite the tribes whilst Briganox dig their tunnels, then we'll maybe with a few of the Korred head that way ourselves briefly to check them out, and then come back and deal with the plan, because it's probably a good idea for us to have an idea of how they work so that we can work out what the best signals will be. Okay. everyone in agreement with that? I realize I have done a lot of talking and potential decision making, but I'm
No.
open to suggestions and ideas. This, I mean, compared to how we've dealt with the rest of the hags, this is perhaps our most
You are our
Ambitious.
monarch.
ambitious and potentially dangerous one. We're literally going in with, well, we're causing chaos, and
Yeah.
this is like a full-on military strategy at this point. So.
Yeah, it is.
Would
Yeah.
we can worry about some details if there's any issues, but I think the group we trust you to coordinate the various organizations. You seem to have
Yes.
that in hand, and I think this is a
Okay.
good plan.
Okay.
Everybody has their
Yeah.
own job to do.
Excellent. Okay. Then that's
We'll get to work right away.
excellent.
These tunnels aren't going to dig themselves.
And I realize you said you make contraptions and stuff out of the wish stones. If there is anything you're willing to provide that could aid in the effort once we're in, perhaps just lend it to us, and we'll then that would be appreciated. But I understand if that's not possible.
They think for a moment, and then they say, you know what? I think Trig might be able to help you with that.
Okay. Right. But for now, focus on the tunnels. We'll focus on the uniting of the clans, and we'll see what we can get together, and then hopefully this should all work out. That is my heartfelt wish, that this will all work out.
Oh wait, I've just been informed his name's Obud.
Obud.
Yes, Obud is
Obud?
very good at appraising gemstones.
Okay. Interesting. Well, if he's able
He's
to help...
he's the one working on that mine tunnel towards Motherhorn.
Okay.
He's quite far out, quite far in. So
once he's dealt with the tunnel, if you, or assuming you're sending more to help him with the tunnel, then that'd be grand. But let's keep things as quiet as we can.
all right. Yes, we'll go into stealth tunneling now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so,
Okay.
yeah.
Perhaps to one last thing, perhaps to make it less obvious you're going that way, perhaps if you have some of your people do some tunnels elsewhere and continue being loud, but not near the Corrid territory, of course, but you know.
I like
just
you
so,
thinking.
yeah,
You covering everything, aren't you?
I try. When you throw knives for a living, you've got to know how to cover all the angles.
Impressive. All right, they heft up their pickaxes. They take one more nibble of cheese, and they begin to turn around and head back in, their little wispy souls hovering behind their bodies.
Right.
And the Corrid clans, they turn and go, all right, the Granite clan, the Obsidian clan, the Marble clan, and the Slate clan are left. If you don't want to get all of them, that's up to you, but the more the better. So
Yeah, I think at this point our plan sort of hinges on getting the most. So
Granite.
the marble could be useful in their own way, because they could create, like, for example, statues up there to make your numbers look bigger than they are. Could also be used to make it look like you guys are around here whilst you're marching up there, perhaps, which should help. So the Granite clan, as you said, are the best boulder throwers, and the Marble are the best stone shapers for that sort of
best
thing.
artists, yeah, they're
Best
like
artists, and then you've
artists.
got the one that we
Onyx.
the one we helped most recently, which are the best at making tools, the Flint clan.
Yeah.
What are
Good
the
up here.
what are the others good at?
Well, the Obsidian are good warriors. They're
Okay, that'll be very
noble
useful.
fighters. They train every day.
Okay.
So they're good for taking on the Darklings, maybe.
Yeah, I think granite and obsidian are definites at this point.
The Slate clan are responsible for intricacies of governing. They've got their own sort of noble clan sort of appeal to them.
Okay.
They're good negotiators. They're good at diplomacy, I suppose. They're not really fighters, but you know, they know how to cast a few good spells, right? Like they can commune with nature itself, and they know how to make people dance. Apparently,
Could be useful.
although I don't think they'll be doing any dancing at the moment. They're they're in a bit of a sad time, as recently befell the Slate clan. So I hear.
Okay.
They've recently just held a funeral.
For who? What happened?
Sadly, the head of the Slate clan unexpectedly passed away.
Oh dear, that's very sad.
That's gonna be.
Jagu speaks up and says, "I bet it was something to do with Creeping Lynn. Who else? But that terrible hag in this troubling time."
Certainly possible, but we don't want to make assumptions. Okay. That's most of them. Are there any others that I'm missing? What are the chalk good at?
Cooking.
Oh, well, that's a useful skill. An army marches on its stomach, so.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Cooking.
Do you know, it's really not surprising you didn't get on with the Briganox, because they like cheese, and you got on together like chalk and cheese.
That's a good point. I'm not sure. Wait, where do they get cheese from anyway? Have they been milking those goats?
Maybe.
We didn't think to ask, actually, but that's
They
Ellie's
also
the disturbing part.
they also had applesauce.
I mean, to be fair though, the cheese wasn't like amazing, so take it for what it is.
There are a couple of apple trees outside the mine,
Oh,
so I guess that
so-
makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Why did you say it in such a weird way when you said you were good cooks?
I guess because it's not a. I wasn't confident that it would be a useful skill in this effort, this war effort, but
No, it's important. I mean, as I said, an army marches on its stomach, and after all, when we're victorious at the end, we're going to need one hell of a feast. So give the men something to look for, men and women something to look forward to.
Yeah, raise morale.
Yeah, exactly. Am I forgetting any clans?
Marble?
Marble are the artisans.
Artisans, okay. Obsidian is the warriors. Slate, flint. Granite?
Flint makes the tools. Granite throws the boulders? Is that what it is?
That's right. They're quite sports-like competitors.
Okay, and then
They revel in all kinds of athletic activities. Yeah.
And then
they hold big events. In fact.
And what do the basalt do?
Yeah. What do you do, Yana? Aside from freak out bat infestations. Well, we're explorers. We adventure into the deepest mountains.
So you're the scouts. Anyway.
Hence why I know about the beacons.
Excellent. Well, your knowledge might be useful. I mean, if we were going, we'll definitely need to take either yourself or some of your clan with us when we head towards there, because you can point stuff out, warn us of any other dangers.
I've seen where the other lightning towers are as well.
Excellent.
The other lightning rods.
Excellent.
There's 8 of them in total.
That's no coincidence. Everything seems to be tied to 8. Okay. Right, let's... Our priority should probably be the obsidian and the granite first. The chalk after that. And then... I guess it's... Is it just the flint then we need?
Flint you've got?
Yeah, we've got flint. We've got...
You got flint, chalk, shale,
basalt,
and basalt.
shale,
yeah,
and jagu. Jagu's chalk, right?
That's right. In fact, can you see the names if you hover over there?
Yeah, Yana of basalt,
Hover.
Argento the Quarry Queen. I can't for the bomb.
There you go. Now you can.
I can see Budok of Flint, but I can't for this guy here.
Oh, that one. Okay. Oh yeah. I'll do hovered by anyone. There you go.
So
Jagu of chalk.
So we've got 4 out of 8.
We have like 4 out of 8, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So left is...
And now the brigand.
Yeah, so left is...
And the brigadoons, yeah.
So left is obsidian, granite, marble. Who's the 4th one that we're missing?
Slate.
Slate,
Yeah.
obsidian, granite, marble.
Yeah, that's actually probably the order we should probably do them in.
Okay.
Because
cool.
technically all of them can throw boulders, so if we can't get the granite, but having the best warriors and the one that train the most.
Yep. Sure, makes sense.
I'm actually wondering whether, as he was saying, I think it might be good to have. I'm thinking maybe teams from each clan go to each point. So
yeah, I like it.
Because you'd probably have the obsidian being the most military trained as the leader of the group.
Right.
And then you'd have the granite as, they're the artillery basically.
Yeah.
The marble making the numbers seem bigger than they are. The chalk making sure they're well fed. Honestly, the flint providing tools, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that...
They're also like quite good at building just in general, like structures. They're like good at practical building, right? So they can stone shape like a trench. They could stone shape a ramp, all that kind of thing, or a wall to protect. But yeah. And then slate, they kind of yeah, like I say, the more diplomacy.
Granite, slate, marble, flint,
shale,
chalk, basalt. Shale's the one.
Yeah, and that's the queen.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's, unless anyone has any argument, I say we'll probably head towards the obsidian next.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. All right. Sounds like a good place to maybe end as well, if you guys think it's appropriate.
Yeah, that seems like a good point, and I apologize for talking so much at the end there.
No, thank you for taking the lead on that.
Yeah. You're the monarch.
I know, but I felt like it was just me for like a solid half hour or so.
Yeah, but you're the monarch. I stand around look thuggish. Rodolfo stands around and looks smart.
Xaxx looks around and looks hungry.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't really in this game today. I was a little tired.
Nah, it's
How's
fine.
that
It's
potato that I offered you at the start of the session? Like looking for you, Xaxx.
Yeah.
I have to
couldn't
admit
take
that
that
was an
potato.
interesting one because they were not necessarily making us want to attack each other, but making it more appealing to attack each other. I mean, they
Yes.
did
Yeah.
make us attack each other,
Yeah.
but
Effectively, it's a 1-2
yeah,
string of
it's an interesting
charming.
thing. I still can't believe how many I took down in that first turn. I'm just like bang, bang,
Bang, bang, bang. Cool lightning to get through as well.
Yeah.
That's good.
Cool lightning's fantastic. Love the spell. Right, but anyway,
Yeah, we'll sign off here.
yeah.
Thanks very much for watching. Thanks for playing. We'll tune in again next Sunday and resume the uniting of the clans and the plan of action to siege Motherhorn.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye for
Thank
now.
Thank you.
you.
Bye.
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 Bye.